To hear this and many more audiobooks not available on YouTube in a podcast feed, please visit the first link in the description below, and thank you for your support. History of the Three Internationals by William Z. Foster. Part 2, The Second International, 1889 to 1914. Chapter 14, The Period Between the Internationals, 1876 to 1889. The 13 years between the dissolution of the First International in 1876 and the foundation of the Second International in 1889 were in general a period of rapid growth and expansion of world capitalism. The capitalist system was developing from its competitive stage into the early phases of imperialism, despite periodic crises every decade or so, which temporarily paralyzed the system and threw millions of workers into unemployment and destitution. Industrialization went ahead with 7-league boots in Western Europe and North America, and it made a beginning in Asia. This growth of industry did not proceed at an even pace, but at widely varying tempos in the several countries. The industrial development involved not only the traditional countries of capitalism, England, France, Germany, the United States, and others, but also many new lands. Japan was beginning its spectacular industrial development, and in Russia the number of workers employed in the large mills and factories and on the railroads increased from 706,000 in 1865 to 1,433,000 in 1890, indicating a substantial growth of Russian industry. This was a time of the birth and growth of industrial and financial trusts in all the capitalist countries, the beginnings of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Of all this, however, more in Chapter 18. Generally, the period was one of relative stability in foreign relations, the longest and most complete ever known to world capitalism. The major capitalist powers had concluded with the Franco-German War of 1870 to 71, the long series of national wars that racked capitalism during the previous decades, and they were not yet embarked upon the big imperialist wars that were to come. By force and violence, they had established their national boundaries. Frontiers which, with few major changes in Europe, were to last for about 35 years, or until the outbreak of the imperialist Russo-Japanese War of 1905, followed by the Balkan War of 1912 and World War I in 1914. By the same token, during these years prior to 1905, the respective capitalist powers enjoyed a relative internal stability, there being an almost complete absence of the great revolutionary insurrectional movements which had marked the foundation period of European and American capitalism from 1789 to 1871, outstanding examples of which were the Revolution of 1830 in France, the Revolution of 1848 in France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Hungary, and elsewhere, the American Civil War of 1861, and the Paris Commune of 1871. The development of the labor movement. In the leading capitalist countries, this was a time of enormous increases in the number of wage workers. It was also one of minor advances in the living standards of the working class, particularly with respect to the skilled workers. The big capitalists of the major nations, notably England, were already embarked upon the policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy with minor concessions, and in this way they were splitting and paralyzing the fighting solidarity of the workers. Although this was not a period of working class insurrections and bourgeois revolutions, it was nevertheless one of many strikes, unexampled in size, discipline, organization, and duration, This was true of France, Germany, and Belgium, but especially so of the United States, with its violent General Railroad strike of 1877 and its historic National 8-Hour Day strike in 1886. Among many other strikes, England had its epoch-making dock strike of 1889. In Russia, too, the workers were beginning to organize and strike. In the space of 5 years, 1881 to 1886, there were in that country as many as 48 strikes involving 80,000 workers, all of which were violently repressed. The revolutionary Russian proletariat was entering upon the international labor scene. During the interim years between the First and Second Internationals, there was correspondingly also a big expansion of the trade union movement throughout capitalism. By 1889, the English trade unions had reached the unprecedented total of some 1,500,000 members. In the United States, the Knights of Labor, which had topped 600,000 members, had just about run its course, and the American Federation of Labor had been established 8 years previously, and in all the industrial countries, trade unionism was taking root. The epoch of the broad expansion of labor unionism was well underway. The interim period between the internationals was also marked by the foundation of socialist parties in the respective countries. The first was in Germany, which had been established in 1869. This was followed in rapid succession by the organization of socialist parties in Holland, 1870, Denmark, 1871, Bohemia, 1872, United States, 1876, France, 1879, Spain, 1879, England, Group, 1880, Russia, Group, 1883, Norway, 1887, Austria, Switzerland, and Sweden, 1889. Dates of parties organized later were Austria and Finland, 1890, Poland and Italy, 1892, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Chile, 1894, Argentina, 1896, Japan, 1901, Serbia, 1903, Canada, 1904, China, 1911, and Brazil, 1916. The pioneer socialist parties, for the most part, grew out of the old federations and groups of the First International. Far more countries were thus embraced by this new international movement than during the period of the IWA. Many of the new parties, like the trade unions, had to face various forms of persecution by the governments. Outstanding in this respect was the experience of the German Social Democratic Party, taking advantage of 2 assassination attacks made upon the German Kaiser, with which the socialists had nothing to do. Chancellor Bismarck tried to destroy the party by outlawing it under the notorious anti-socialist laws. The period of illegality lasted from October 1878 until the end of 1890, during which time socialist organizations and meetings were prohibited. Many leaders were banished and jailed, and the party press was banned. As the other side of his program, Bismarck conceded a skeleton system of social insurance as sops to the workers. The party held its congresses abroad, and there also it printed its underground papers. Despite the persecution and trickery of Bismarck, however, the party grew, increasing its national vote from 493,000 in 1878 to 1,427,000 in 1890. The trade unions also grew from about 50,000 to 280,000. These successes not only forced Bismarck to resign, but caused the German government to lift the ban against the socialists. This big victory inspired the whole international movement. Referring to Bismarck and his reactionary law, Engels said, quote, "If we were paying the old boy, he couldn't do better work for us." End quote. The Gotha Compromise. An event of great ideological importance at the outset of this general interim period between the 2 internationals was the amalgamation of the Marxists and Lassallean parties in the Congress at Gotha, Germany, May 25, 1875. For several years prior to this date, these 2 groups had been at daggers' points, with the result that German labor could make but little progress. At the Unity Congress, the Lasallians were in a majority, having 71 delegates, representing 16,538 members, as against 56 delegates and 9,121 members for the Marxists. Despite the weak stand taken by the Marxists in the negotiations, this unification was the beginning of the end for the Lasallian trend in the international labor movement. After the dissolution of the First International, Marx and Engels had continued their direct political leadership of the developing labor movement, with their great wealth of experience, understanding, and training, and their extraordinary knowledge of all the major European languages. They even mastered Russian in their later years. They were brilliantly equipped for such leadership. The ensuing years were marked by a stream of letters from the two great leaders to the respective young and growing parties, and by the visits of many socialist leaders from the various countries seeking the advice and counsel of Marx and Engels. Naturally, the latter did not neglect such a vital development as the amalgamation of the Marxists and Lasallians in Germany. Quite the contrary. Although the Gotha program as adopted comprised only a few pages, in analyzing it, Marx wrote an extensive booklet. This turned out to be one of the greatest of Marx's analytical and programmatic works. Marx scathingly criticized the Gotha Agreement, which was an early example of the tendency of German Social Democrats, in the name of party unity, to blur over questions of principle. Marx crucified virtually every phrase in it in what became his famous booklet, Critique of the Gotha Program. Marx condemned its faulty economics, its wrong attitude regarding the state, its surrender to Lassalle's Malthusian conception of the iron law of wages, its adoption of the futile panacea of state aid for cooperatives, its failure to make a definite demand for the 8-hour day, its underplay of internationalism, etc. Engels said that almost every word in this program could be criticized. Another brilliant example of international leadership given at this time was Engels's classical reply, a few months later, to the blind professor Eugene Düring of Berlin University. The latter had recently joined the Social Democratic Party and was setting out to rewrite the party's program from top to bottom in a bourgeois direction. Engels's reply was a fundamental presentation of the Marxist position on philosophy and science. It became a great Marxist classic. That there were already at this time strong opportunist trends in the German party was manifest from its leadership's reaction to these two historic corrections and teachings by Marx and Engels. Marx sent his critique of the Gotha program to Liebknecht, Meering says, but, quote, the only result of this powerful letter was to cause the addresses to make a few minor and comparatively unimportant improvements in their draft, end quote. Actually, Babel, who was in jail at that time, did not get to hear of the document until many years afterward. It was suppressed for 16 years and was not published until 1891. And Engels's profound criticisms of Düring, which were first printed in 1877 in the party's Central Oregon Vorwärts, aroused such a storm of criticism from official circles that Engels narrowly escaped formal censure. Continuing international tendencies. During the period between the two internationals, there was a continuous and growing pressure for cooperation and organization internationally among the various workers' parties and trade unions. The first general expression of this sentiment was the Universal Socialist Congress of Ghent, Belgium, in September 1877. There were 42 delegates, including Liebknecht and Kropotkin. De Pape represented the utopian Oneida community of New York. Disputes occurred between the Marxists and Bakuninist factions over questions of the state, collectivism, political action, insurrection, and various other matters. An important proposal was for the founding of a broad international trade union congress. The anarchists were but a small minority, and generally the Marxist point of view prevailed. Hopes entertained by some for an amalgamation of the two tendencies proved futile. During the Congress, the Marxist delegates caucused by themselves and decided to set up an international bureau in Belgium. but the plan never materialized. Another socialist congress was held in October 1881 in the little town of Chur near Zurich. The anarchists did not attend. Liebknecht was present, and the American delegate for the Socialist Labor Party was P.J. McGuire, president of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners. The question of forming a new international occupied much attention of the delegates, but without positive results. Steklov says, the Chur Congress itself came to the conclusion that a federation of socialist forces was not yet practicable. Nor could an international journal be established. The young socialist parties were still too weak for real international organization. Repeated proposals were made also during the late 70s and early 80s to reestablish the International, but both Marx and Engels felt such a move to be premature. During 1883 and 1886, international labor conferences were held in Paris, and one took place in London in 1888. The reports to those gatherings showed a rapid growth of socialist parties and trade unions throughout Western Europe, and the labor movement in the United States was blazing along in the forefront of the world's fighting workers. The need of the workers for international solidarity was imperative. The time had finally ripened for the reconstitution of the International on a new basis, and the movement was to come to fruition in the historic Congress in Paris in 1889. The death of Karl Marx. On March 14th, 1883, the world proletariat lost its greatest leader. Karl Marx died at the age of 65. He passed away peacefully in the afternoon, dozing in his armchair at 41 Maitland Park Road, Haverstock Hill, London, where he had been living for some years past. The immediate cause of death was an internal hemorrhage, apparently originating in a tumor of one of his lungs. For years, he had been in steadily worsening health, largely caused by overwork and poverty. His dwindling vitality had been further weakened by the shock of the death of his devoted wife Jenny in December 1881, and of his daughter, also named Jenny, in January 1883. Thus passed the greatest of all political thinkers, the man who wrote the handwriting on the wall for the world capitalist system. Known to his intimates as the Moor because of his dark complexion, Marx lived simply, and he was also interred with simplicity. Only a few of his close relatives and friends were present, besides Engels, Friedrich Lesnar, and Lochner, comrades from the days of the Communist League, his two sons-in-law, Paul Lafogue and Charles Longuet, Liebknecht from Germany, and the two eminent scientists, Karl Schorlemmer, the noted chemist, and Sir Edwin Ray Lancaster, outstanding biologist. He was buried on March 17th in Highgate Cemetery, London, where a small stone now stands in his memory. Marx's old-time friend and comrade-in-arms, Friedrich Engels, spoke the following words of appreciation over the grave of the immortal battler for human freedom. Quote, "Just as Darwin discovered the law of evolution in organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of evolution in human history. He discovered the simple fact, hitherto concealed by an overgrowth of ideology, that mankind must first of all eat and drink, have shelter and clothing, before it can pursue politics, science, religion, art, etc., and that therefore the production of the immediate material means of life, and consequently the degree of economic development attained by a given people or during a given epoch, form the foundation upon which the forms of government, the legal conceptions, the art, and even the religious ideas of the people concerned have been evolved, and in the light of which these things must therefore be explained instead of vice versa, as had hitherto been the case. But that is not all. Marx also discovered the special law of motion governing the present-day capitalist method of production, and the bourgeois society that this method of production has created. The discovery of surplus value suddenly threw light on the problem, in trying to solve which all previous investigators, both bourgeois economists and socialist critics, had been groping in the dark. Two such discoveries would be enough for one lifetime. Happy the man to whom it is granted to make even one such discovery. But in every single field which Marx investigated, and he investigated very many fields, none of them superficially, in every field, even in that of mathematics, he made independent discoveries. This was the man of science, but this was not even half the man. Science was, for Marx, a historically dynamic revolutionary force. However great the joy with which he welcomed a new discovery in some theoretical science whose practical application perhaps it was as yet quite impossible to envisage, he experienced a quite other kind of joy when the discovery involved immediate revolutionary changes in industry and in the general course of history. For example, he followed closely the discoveries made in the field of electricity, and recently those of Marcel Duprez. For Marx was, before all else, a revolutionary. His real mission in life was to contribute in one way or another to the overthrow of capitalist society and of the forms of government which it had brought into being, to contribute to the liberation of the present-day proletariat, which he was the first to make conscious of its own position and its needs, of the conditions under which it could win its freedom. Fighting was his element, and he fought with a passion, a tenacity, and a success, such as few could rival. His work on the first Reichstag Zeitung, 1842, the Paris Vorwärts, 1844, the Brussels Deutsche Zeitung, 1847, the New Rheinische Zeitung, 1848 to 1849, the New York Tribune, 1852 to 1861, and in addition to these a host of militant pamphlets, work in revolutionary clubs in Paris, Brussels, and London, and finally, crowning all, the formation of the International Working Men's Association. This was indeed an achievement of which Marx might well have been proud, even if he had done nothing else. And consequently, Marx was the best hated and most calumniated man of his times. Governments, both absolutist and republican, deported him from their territories. The bourgeoisie, whether conservative or extreme democrat, vied with one another in heaping slanders upon him. All this he brushed aside as though it were cobweb, ignoring them, answering only when necessity compelled him. And now he has died, beloved, revered, and mourned by millions of revolutionary fellow workers, from the mines of Serbia to California, in all parts of Europe and America, and I make bold to say that though he may have many opponents, he has hardly one personal enemy. His name and his work will endure through the ages." End quote. Chapter 15. The Founding of the Second International, 1889. The Congress which established the Second International opened in Paris on July 14, 1889, on the 100th anniversary of the fall of the Bastille in the Great French Revolution. Called by the German and organized by the French Marxists, it brought together 391 delegates from 20 countries, 4 of the delegates being Americans. It was by far the largest international gathering in world labor history. The Congress was held amid a great blaze of enthusiasm. Across the hall stretched banners reading, "In the name of the Paris of 1848, and of March, April, and May 1871, in the name of the France of Babeuf, Blanqui, and Varlin, greetings to the socialist workers of both worlds." But there was a Second International Labor Congress held in Paris at the same time. This was the meeting of the possibilists, or opportunists, who aimed to achieve socialism within the framework of bourgeois legalism, organized by British trade union leaders and the Paul Bros group in France. Strong efforts were made in both Congresses to bring about an amalgamation, but these failed both before and during the Congress. Henry M. Hyndman and others made especially energetic efforts to coalesce the two forces, with Engels opposed. 2 years later, at the 1891 Congress in Brussels, the groups became united. The Marxist Congress brought together many of the most notable men and women in the world socialist movement, those who were destined to lead world labor for the next generation and to become both famous and infamous as the Second International unfolded its historic course. Among them were Keir Hardie of England, Liebknecht, Bebel, Edward Bernstein, George von Vollmar, and Clara Zetkin of Germany, Jules Guesda, Lafargue, Vaillant, and Longuet of France, Ansel and Van der Velde of Belgium, Andreas Costa and Soprano of Italy, Victor Adler of Austria, Damela Nieuwenhuis of Holland, Pablo Iglesias of Spain, George Plekhanov of Russia. Gompers of the United States, who had been invited to attend, sent greetings to the two congresses, urging that they join forces. Abe Cannon and Max Pine were delegates from the New York United Hebrew Trades. Small numbers of anarchists were at both meetings. The Marxist Congress in Paris attracted world attention and created enthusiasm among the workers of all countries. The toilers were at last to possess an organization capable of waging successful struggle against capitalism, and of one day finally abolishing it altogether. It was to be the recreation of the First International, but upon a far broader and stronger basis. In the Congress itself, the New World Movement was hailed as the continuation of the old International Working Men's Association of glorious memory. Presidents of the Congress at its opening were Vaillant, a communard, and Liebknecht, a veteran socialist. The work of the Congress. A great deal of the time of the Congress was taken up listening to reports from the various countries represented. The general picture unfolded was that of a young, vigorous, expanding, optimistic world labor movement. The trade unions were growing in Europe and America. Nearly every important country now had a socialist party, and socialists were beginning to be elected to parliaments in Germany, Denmark, and elsewhere. It was altogether a very promising situation. Due to the many reports of the respective parties, not much time was spent in discussing the several resolutions that were adopted. These included one on the abolition of standing armies and the arming of the peoples. Another was a specific endorsement of the 8-hour day, which had first been brought to the attention of the world's workers at the 1866 Congress of the First International. Another resolution dealt with the question of political action by means of the ballot box, and on the basis of no compromises or alliances with other parties. This brought forth opposition from the small group of anarchists who opposed political action in general and who were therefore excluded from the Congress. A resolution was adopted supporting the general proposition of the Swiss government for the establishment of international labor legislation. A proposal of the French delegation to endorse the general strike as the beginning of the socialist revolution, meeting strong German opposition, was voted down by the delegates. The most notable decision made by the Congress, however, was the establishment of May 1st as a day for international labor demonstration. This proposal, made by the French delegate Lavigna, was in support of the AFL proposed general strike for the 8-hour day set for May 1st, 1819. The Congress resolution reads, quote, "The Congress decides to organize a great international demonstration so that in all countries and in all cities on one appointed day the toiling masses shall demand of the state authorities the legal reduction of the working day to 8 hours, as well as the carrying out of other decisions of the Paris Congress, since a similar demonstration has already been decided upon for May 1st, 1890, by the American Federation of Labor at its convention in St. Louis, December 1888. This day is accepted for the international demonstration. The workers of the various countries must organize their demonstrations according to conditions prevailing in each country." End quote. At later Congresses, this decision was repeated, and May Day was established as a regular institution. Thus was born the great fighting holiday of the world's workers. The Marxist orientation of the Congress. The Paris Congress demonstrated that Marxism had become dominant in the world labor movement, particularly in its political wing. During the 13 years since the dissolution of the First International, in the host of new working-class organizations that had developed, the followers of Marx were generally looked to for leadership. Under the guidance of Marx and Engels, the number of Marxists had greatly increased, and their press had multiplied. This situation was a fundamental advance over the period of the First International, when the Marxists, relatively only a handful in numbers, constantly had to fight for their political life against various militant sects and deviations. The Marxist hegemony did not mean, however, that the several sects that had plagued the life of the First International had been completely extinguished, but at least most of them had been reduced to manageable proportions. The Proudhonists were now largely a memory. The Blanquists were but a minor faction in France. The Lassallians were on their last legs in Germany and Austria, and the Bakuninists, anarchists, those of them who had not become syndicalists, were pretty much an isolated sect. The largest numbers of Marxists were in Germany, and already the Social Democratic Party of that country had established its political leadership in the Second International, a leadership which was to endure virtually unchallenged until the formation of the Communist International in 1919. As Lenin remarked later, the German working class was for almost half a century the model of socialist organization for the whole world. German capitalism was expanding rapidly, and the party and the trade unions were growing swiftly. Since the time of the First International, many new Marxist writers had developed in the various countries, usually not without serious theoretical shortcomings. Chief among these writers was Karl Kautsky of Germany. Kautsky, 1854 to 1938, whose father was a Czech and his mother was a German, was born in Austria. After the passing of Engels, he became the outstanding theoretical leader of the Second International. Shortly following the Paris Congress of 1889, Kautsky wrote the well-known Erfurt Program of the German Social Democratic Party, which served for many years as a model for other socialist parties. This program, while ignoring the basic demand for a German democratic republic and passing over the vital question of the dictatorship of the proletariat and also the manner of the abolition of the capitalist system, otherwise followed the general line worked out in the great writings of Marx and Engels. Existing in a more revolutionary period, the First International at its Congress always had to deal with the question of the revolution, either because of actual political developments or under pressure of the strong ultra-leftist sects of the times. But the Second International in 1889, working in a period of relatively calmer capitalist development, did not feel the proletarian revolution to be so urgently knocking at its door, although many Marxists, like the then sectarian Heinemann of England, expected the European Revolution to be an accomplished fact before the end of the 19th century. The Congress, while identifying itself with the ultimate revolutionary perspectives of the First International, devoted itself to basically such an urgent, immediate task of the current class struggle as the fight against militarism, for the 8-hour day, the extension of the workers' franchise, the enactment of factory legislation, and, of course, the building of the trade unions, cooperatives, and workers' socialist parties. The right danger. The bane of the First International had been the strong and impatient pseudo-revolutionary sects, the ultra-leftists, who sought to push the workers into untimely life-and-death struggles with the capitalist class. The curse of the Second International, as it turned out, came from the opposite political direction, from the right opportunists who, paralyzing the fighting initiative of the workers, wanted to reduce the labor movement to the status of a petty bourgeois auxiliary of the capitalist system. The ultra-lefts were a very minor factor. The right tendency, which eventually was to dominate and ruin the new international, was in evidence in at least two sharp respects already at the Foundation Congress. The first of these right manifestations was the fact that the possibilists were strong enough to dare to hold their separate Congress and thus to challenge the leadership of the revolutionary Marxists in the world labor movement. During the time of the First International, there was an incipient right wing, as well as strong leftist groups, represented by the opportunist English trade union leaders, Odger, Kramer, Applegarth, and others. and by the unaffiliated Lassallean movement in Germany. It did no little damage to the International, as we have seen in passing. The bold arrogance of the Paris Congress of the Possibilists in 1889 showed how much this dangerous right tendency had grown in the intervening years. The Possibilists' Congress failed of its immediate objectives, but its very existence was a sinister portent of grave dangers ahead. The second manifestation of the right tendency occurred within the Marxist Congress itself. This went practically unnoticed, but it was nonetheless dangerous for that. This was the failure of the delegates to set up an international center to carry on the work between Congresses. As the course of events was to show, the new International for a dozen years had no international leading committee, no world headquarters, no international journal, no regular constitution, no definite political program, no disciplined carrying out of decisions, and not even a formal name. In all these respects, the Second International fell far behind the First International, which, as shown in previous chapters, had a well-developed international organization, a general council, a constitution, a paper, a program, and a name. In fact, the Second International lagged behind even the anarchist conception of an international organization. The insistent demand of the Proudhonists and Bakuninists had been that the International Center should be a correspondence and statistical bureau, but the Second International at its foundation and for a decade afterward did not even reach this minimum of world organization. It would, of course, have been out of place for the Second International to set up such a strong world center as the First International did at the Hague Congress of 1872 in its life and death struggle with the Bakuninists. But not to establish any center at all was to understress greatly internationalism and to overstress heavily national organization and action. This was all the more dangerous as it turned out in the eventual Great Clash of 1914, because the possibility of a war collision among the world powers was already beginning to generate, and the supreme danger for the workers in the coming period was that of the labor movement in the various countries, yielding to the rising national pressures of the bourgeoisie. Origins of right opportunism. The right opportunist tendency in the Second International, which was later to cause such havoc to the world's workers, had two main sources. First, and most dangerous of all, it was developed among the skilled workers and labor bureaucracy in the trade unions, whom, through wage concessions, the employers undertook to use against the great mass of the working class, by crippling its strikes, by keeping its unions small and divided, and by fighting against class consciousness and independent working class political action. The second source of right opportunism was in the large number of petty bourgeois intellectuals who sought to make careers by leading the political organizations of the workers, by filling the various city, state, and national government posts as representatives of the workers. They constantly strove to reshape the labor policy into mild reform programs of importance to the petty bourgeoisie and the capitalists. Generally, during the life of the Second International, these two currents of opportunism worked freely together. The working class opportunists functioned mainly but not exclusively in the trade unions, and the petty bourgeois intellectuals operating mostly in the political field. Both groups based themselves on the labor aristocracy, and both tended to subordinate the interests of the working class as a whole to those of the capitalist class. At the time of the founding of the Second International, right opportunism was furthest developed in the British labor movement. This was primarily because during this period Great Britain was the leading imperialist power, and there the employers were most widely applying the internal imperialist policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy and their leaders, primarily on the basis of super profits wrung from the colonial peoples. The crippling effects of this material and ideological corruption were very pronounced, as Marx, Engels, and others had long before pointed out. Rothstein says, quote, "The 80s and 90s of the last century represent the lowest point in the class consciousness of the English workers. Action, even in the shape of innocent labor candidatures, as in the middle 70s, was definitely abandoned. Individual workers voted either for Liberal or Tory. The very word revolution elicited a scornful shrug of the soldiers, if not direct abuse." End quote. Already, in 1879, Engels wrote to Bernstein, quote, "It must be acknowledged that at this moment there does not exist in Britain a real working class movement in the continental sense." End quote. and this in the land which a generation before had produced the great Chartist movement. The political line of the employers and of their agents, the conservative labor bureaucrats, was to keep the working class under the tutelage of the Liberal Party, but when in 1880 the Marxists, led by Henry M. Hyndman, formed a group which in 1889 became the Social Democratic Federation, the bourgeoisie had to shift its political policy a bit. This was made manifest by the formation, in 1884, of the Fabian League, headed by Sidney Webb, George Bernard Shaw, and other petty bourgeois, radical intellectuals. The main purpose of this organization was to castrate Marxism and to render innocuous, independent political action of the working class, all of which was of great service to the capitalists. Preaching a vague evolutionary socialism, the Fabians attacked every principle of revolutionary Marxism. In view of the non-Marxist ideology of the workers in Great Britain, the Fabians were openly anti-Marxists. Pierce, the Fabian historian, says that the first achievement of the society was to break the spell of Marxism in England. Sidney Webb and his co-workers set out to make it as easy and matter of course for the ordinary and respectable Englishman to be a socialist as to be a liberal or a conservative. Webb remarks, "It was indispensable for socialism in England that it should be consistent with the 4 rules of arithmetic, with the 10 commandments, and with the Union Jack. There should be no confiscation." Webb also said, "The founder of British socialism was not Karl Marx, but Robert Owen, and Robert Owen preached not class war, but the doctrine of human brotherhood." Fabianism, with its vague socialist objectives, was a petty bourgeois reform movement, harmless to the capitalist system. It spread its influence rapidly among the conservative trade union leaders of the 1880s, and in fact it still dominates the ideology of the British Labour Party. In the United States, opportunism was also sinking its roots in the labor movement. Characteristic examples of reactionary labor bureaucrats at this time were Terence V. Powderly and P. M. Arthur, head of the railroad engineers, and the Gompers AFL leaders, already avowed anti-socialists, were laying the basis of their ultra-corrupt bureaucracy of the next decades. In France, too, the existence of the Brossists, possibilist movement testified to the beginnings of right opportunism in that country. It was only to be a few years until the brazen attempts of the French bourgeoisie to corrupt the socialist leaders in France would rock the Second International from one end to the other. In Germany, of the big capitalist states, opportunism was least developed at this time. There the Marxists were most firmly in control of the workers' movement, both in its trade union and political aspects, and the party was the most proletarian of any in its composition. The right wing was still relatively small and uninfluential. This was primarily because Germany, with its autocratic semi-feudal government, was only then becoming a strong capitalist power, and its ruling class had not yet fully developed the characteristic policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy and trade union and political bureaucracy. The German Social Democratic Party was still illegal under the anti-socialist laws, a situation which cultivated the party's militancy and scared away numerous petty bourgeois opportunist careerists, and the trade unions were also operating under various severe legal handicaps. In later decades, the German labor movement, with the rise of German imperialism, became heavily corrupted and was the chief poison source of right opportunism in the Second International. But in 1889, it was still the strongest Marxist center in the world, and the whole International looked to it for leadership. Chapter 16. Brussels, Zurich, and London, 1891 to 1896. The Second International held its second, third, and fourth Congresses, respectively, in Brussels, August 1891, Zurich, August 1893, and London, July 1896. These years were in general a period of rapid capitalist development in Europe and the United States. Industrialization was growing fast. Monopoly capitalism and imperialism were already rapidly becoming dominant. The big powers were dividing up Africa among themselves. England was heavily exporting capital. It was a time of sharpening international tensions among the great states and of increasing class struggle in the respective capitalist countries. It was correspondingly a period of rapid growth of the Second International and of the workers, trade unions, cooperatives, and political parties that it comprised. The whole structure of international labor had received a strong impetus from the lifting of the anti-socialist laws in Germany on January 25th, 1890, by a Reichstag vote of 169 to 98. Among the many outstanding strikes of this period was that of 200,000 British coal miners in 1893. In the United States, the class struggle was especially fierce, the period being marked by such bitter strikes as those of the steel workers, Homestead, in 1892, the New Orleans General Strike of 1892, the Big Coal Strike of 1893, the National Railroad Strike, ARU, in 1894, and the several strikes of the Western metal miners of the early 1890s. All these big American strikes reached the acuteness of virtual local civil wars. Growing right opportunism. In this period, the Second International generally held to a Marxist position, but a most significant and sinister characteristic of the three Congresses with which we are now dealing was the continuously growing right tendencies that they exhibited. This trend, which eventually 2 decades later was to have disastrous consequences to the International and to the world in general, ran through all the proceedings of the three Congresses at an increasing tempo, so much so that by the end of the London Congress there was a definitely developing right wing in the International. Although it had not yet matured its program and organization, no important issue came before these Congresses in which the growing right trend was not markedly felt. On the question of International May Day, an issue of prime importance to the world's workers, the right influence was much in evidence. The German and English opportunists opposed at both the Brussels and Zurich Congresses the basic idea of May 1st, which was to stage a big tools-down demonstration of labor's growing power and to insist upon the 8-hour day and other current demands. Their line was to shift the May 1st demonstration to the first Sunday in May, which would soften altogether its fighting character. Linz says, in proportion to the forces at their disposal, the Germans had done less to carry out the May Day decision of the Paris Congress than any other party. Finally, at the Zurich Congress in 1893, the Germans had the manner of May Day celebration left up to the respective parties, which meant that they could freely put their own opportunist line into practice. The French and other delegations fought vigorously against this castration of May 1st. In this and other debates, the German leaders also let it be known that in policy matters they would not allow themselves to be dictated to by the International. Another example of right opportunist strength at these three Congresses was shown in some implications of the fight against the anarchists. The anarchists were a bone of contention at the Brussels and Zurich Congresses, but in London, 1896, the Marxists finally excluded them by adopting a resolution which demanded, as a condition of membership in the International, the endorsement of political action. This the anarchists would not accept, and they withdrew permanently. The strong terms of the resolution drawn up by Babel also could have kept out the anarcho-syndicalist unions, but the Congress voted 57 to 56 not to exclude them. But the Second International, while thus correctly raising the bars against the petty bourgeois ultra-left, characteristically kept the membership doors open to the right. A most important result of this line was to admit to membership in France in 1894 the Jaurès-Millerand-Vivani group of 30 bourgeois radical parliamentary deputies, against Engels's advice. This reactionary step was, in the next few years, to have far-reaching consequences throughout the International. The struggle against the war danger. Already in nearly all the congresses of the First International, the question of war was one with which the world labor movement had to concern itself. But in those early years, the danger lay chiefly in national wars, such as the involvement of England in the American Civil War in 1861, the war between Prussia and Austria in 1866, and the war between France and Germany in 1870. From the outset, however, the Congresses of the Second International had to face up to the danger of a far more serious war menace, the possibility of a general European imperialist war. The big European powers, increasingly imperialist in their composition and relentless in their greed, were already shaping up the war alliances that were finally to clash in World War I. In 1914, a collision which Engels long before had foreseen. Germany, Austria, and Italy, in 1882, established their Triple Alliance, and from 1894 on, France, Russia, and England were building their Triple Entente, which finally came to fruition in 1907. The Socialist International Congresses of Brussels, Zurich, and London, therefore, dealt extensively with this developing war danger, and here again, and especially in this crucial matter, the growing right opportunism in the Second International manifested itself sharply. To meet the rising danger of a European war, the resolutions of the Brussels 1891 Congress, with much revolutionary phraseology, proposed that the workers should protest vigorously against the war threat and should strengthen their international organization. The Zurich 1893 Congress added the provisions that the workers should fight for general disarmament and that their parliamentary representatives should vote against war credits. The London 1896 Congress demanded the abolition of standing armies, the arming of the people, the establishment of courts of arbitration, war referendum by the peoples, etc. As against these prevention measures, the anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists at all three Congresses brought in resolutions proposing a general strike in case of war. The chief spokesman for this project was de Mele Nieuwenhuis of Holland. Nieuwenhuis, 1846 to 1919, was a Social Democratic member of Parliament until 1894, after which he joined the anarchists. The general strike proposals ran generally along the lines of the resolution adopted by the Brussels 1868 Congress of the First International, criticized by Marx as utopian under the circumstances, which called upon the workers to cease work should war break out in their respective countries. The general strike as a weapon against war was heavily voted down at the three Congresses of 1891, 1893, and 1896, with especially strong opposition from the Germans. The socialist leaders generally took the occasion to condemn the use of the general strike altogether in unmeasured terms. At the Zurich Congress, Plekhanov thus stated the position of the committee. A general strike is impossible within present-day society, for the proletariat does not possess the means to carry it out. On the other hand, were we in a position to carry out a general strike, the proletariat would already be in control of economic power, and a general strike would be a sheer absurdity. Obviously, as Marx maintained and as Lenin was to make very clear in later years, the anarchists and syndicalists were laboring under an illusion in thinking that they could halt the approaching war simply by a general strike. Nevertheless, the rejection by the Second International of the general strike in principle, which became the line of the right Social Democrats, was crass opportunism. The working class, obviously, was not ready to give up this powerful weapon, as the English had shown in their fight for the Charter in 1842. The American workers in their 8-hour day strike in 1886. The Belgian workers in their strike for the right to vote in 1892, and as the workers were to do in many parts of the world in later years. Already in these anti-war debates, the conception of the defense of the fatherland, which was to serve as the ideological basis of the Great Betrayal in 1914, was beginning to take shape. The idea was that Germany would have to defend itself against an attack from ultra-reactionary Russia, probably allied with France. In 1893, Engels favored a national defense of Germany against Russian Tsarism, and it was no doubt such a war that Babel had in mind when he said that he would himself buckle on the sword, and also Plekhanov when he stated that the Russian people would welcome the German armies as liberators. But, as Stalin later pointed out, Engels' viewpoint was illusory. The war that was shaping up in the 90s was to be a great imperialist war, and the way the German right-wing Social Democrats were already getting ready to participate in it was not as a revolutionary war to liberate Russia, but as a chauvinist defense of bourgeois Germany. Reformism versus revolutionary ideology. During the 1890s, with capitalism rapidly expanding and all the organizations of the workers steadily increasing in strength, and with no signs of early proletarian revolution on the political horizon, the main tasks were necessarily the immediate demands of the daily struggle. The Second International, however, definitely developed a right orientation to overstress these partial demands and to understress the development of a rounded-out Marxist ideology. In crass cases, this meant to deny outright the revolutionary objectives of socialism. The issue, as stated at the time by the left, was reform versus revolution, and the international leaders more and more supported immediate demands exclusively at the expense of revolutionary ideology. In the international congresses of this period, discussion of the general political program especially came up under the head of tactics, with the German delegation generally objecting to a full discussion on the grounds that such tactical matters fell within the province of the respective national parties. Where the International was headed in this vital respect was well illustrated by the resolution on tactical questions at the Zurich 1893 Congress. Putting all the weight on the fight for immediate demands, the resolution characteristically almost completely ignored the revolutionary aims of socialism. Lenz thus correctly sums it up. This resolution, which uttered a warning against unprincipled compromise and recommended the workers never to lose sight of their revolutionary goal, nevertheless indicated a thoroughly reformist conception of the state, not the destruction of the bourgeois state and the creation of the proletarian state, but the transformation of the organs of capitalist rule, that is, of the bourgeois state, with its bureaucracy and armed force, into the means whereby to liberate the proletariat. In the German Social Democratic Party, the leading party of the Second International, the trend towards right opportunism and reformism was more clearly in evidence than in the international congresses. More and more such documents, as the Communist Manifesto, were pushed into the background, considered as museum pieces. This was to be seen by many developments. First, in the matter of the Erfurt Program of 1891, which was written by Kautsky and became the model for socialist parties the world over. This program, while loaded with revolutionary analysis, slurred over or ignored the basic question of the revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. It also failed to demand a republic in Germany. A blazing danger signal especially was the opportunist program put forward by George von Vollmar at this time. Much in the spirit of the English Fabians, the leading reformists in the International, von Vollmar advocated the progressive achievement of partial demands as the road to socialism, proposed an alliance between the party and the rich peasantry, hailed the Triple Alliance as a guarantee of peace, and supported a policy of collaboration with bourgeois parties. The German party tolerated the membership of this petty bourgeois reformist. An especially significant expression of the growing reformist trend in the German movement was indicated by what the official heads of the party did to the preface to Marx's The Class Struggles in France, written by Engels in March 1895. In this piece, Engels stressed the greater difficulties which the development of modern military techniques had placed in the way of barricade fighting in the cities, the traditional manner of winning revolutions. In printing this material, the Vorwärts, with Liebknecht as editor, cut out some key passages, thereby leaving the direct implication that Engels, in agreement with the right wing, had discarded the perspective of armed struggle in the revolution. It will be remembered that the German party leadership suppressed Marx's criticism of the Gotha program in 1875, and also that Engels' criticism of the Erfurt program of 1891 was not published for 10 years. The key section deleted from Engels' preface reads, quote, "Does that mean that in the future the street fight will play no further role? Certainly not. It only means that the conditions since 1848 have become far more unfavorable for civil fights, far more favorable for the military. A future street fight can therefore only be victorious when this unfavorable situation is compensated by other factors. Accordingly, it will occur more seldom in the beginning of a great revolution than in its further progress, and will have to be undertaken with greater forces. These, however, may then well prefer, as in the whole great French Revolution on September 4th and October 31st, 1870 in Paris, the open attack to the passive barricade tactics." End quote. For many years afterward, the gross distortion of Engels' preface was used effectively by the reformists against the left wing, but in the many revolutions yet to come, it was to be demonstrated that, contrary to the social democratic opportunists, the advanced military techniques of the bourgeoisie would prove to be no final defense against aroused revolutionary peoples who could nearly always take large sections of the armed forces with them. The fight of the left. As against the growing militancy, program, and organization of the right wing in the International, the fight of the left was only partially effective. At the time, the left, which in many cases was tending to slur over or to forget vital lessons of Marx and the First International, had no definite program of its own. It also had not clearly differentiated itself from the centrist tendencies which were already beginning to develop. This differentiation of the revolutionary left from the vacillating center, a development which required the highest level of political understanding, could not and did not take place fully until the class struggle had reached a much higher stage of development than it was in then, until the time of World War I and the Russian Revolution. At this period, the Babels, Kotskys, Plekhanovs, and others, who were eventually to become the center, were already displaying some right tendencies, but they were still hanging on to major elements of Marxism. Indeed, they prided themselves on being the orthodox Marxists. They had not yet faced the severe revolutionary tasks and struggles that would crystallize their centrism and ultimately force this tendency into alliance with the right wing. Undoubtedly, however, even at this early date, the increasing vacillations of the orthodox Marxists, leaders of the Kotsky trend, provided a certain amount of cover and protection for the right wing. The international left wing of the period, therefore, was a broad amorphous grouping containing many semi-opportunists and potential reformists, as well as such resolute fighters as Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin, and Franz Mehring. But Kotsky, Guezda, and Plekhanov, the outstanding orthodox leaders of the Second International of that time, never were to become communists. The trend of this broad grouping was to fire into the main danger, which was the growing extreme right wing, exemplified by such forces as the Fabians in England and the supporters of von Weimar in Germany. But within its own broad confines, many right errors and deviations were expressed and tolerated. Engels, who was then far along in years, led this general fight of the left, but the help he got from the orthodox Marxist leaders, notably in Germany, was often dubious. Kotsky, with his questionable formulations in the Erfurt program, and Babel and Liebknecht, with their militant, uncritical defense of the political line of the German party, often undercut the fight against the growing right wing in Germany and in the International as a whole. In a letter to Sorge in October 1877, Marx had criticized sprouting opportunism in the German social democracy. He said, quote, "A rotten spirit is making itself felt in our party in Germany, not so much among the masses as among the leaders, upper class, and workers," end quote. And he proceeded to outline a whole series of dangerous tendencies in the party. In a letter to Bernstein in March 1883, Engels stated, quote, "From the outset we have always fought to the very utmost against the petty bourgeois and Philistine disposition within the party," end quote. Marx's sweeping criticisms of the Gotha program and Engels' later sharp criticisms of the Erfurt program were only two incidents of the long two-front fight carried on by these two great leaders against the right and against the ultra-left, against the English opportunist and German petty bourgeois socialists, as well as against the Bakuninists. Despite all his long fight against the growing right wing, however, Engels did not fully realize the fatal grip that opportunism was securing upon the German party. In June 1885, he wrote to Becker, quote, "In a petty bourgeois country like Germany, the party is bound also to have a petty bourgeois educated right wing, which it shakes off at the decisive moment," end quote. Unfortunately, however, although later on in many internal struggles the party did check or defeat the right wing. At the final time of supreme crisis and imperative need for resolute revolutionary action in 1914, it could not shake off the corrupt right wing. The death of Friedrich Engels. On August 5, 1895, the workers' world was shocked by the death of Friedrich Engels in England. He was 75 years old when he passed away from cancer of the throat. His body was cremated and, following his wishes, his ashes were strewn over the sea. The workers of the world lost a brilliant thinker and valiant comrade in arms of Marx with the demise of this great Marxist leader. Engels was politically active almost up to the day of his death. After Marx died in 1883, Engels, laying aside his planned further scientific writings, spent the next 11 years of his life mainly in putting into final form the second and third volumes of Capital. Marx had been able to finish only one section of his great work, Volume 1, and he left the rest largely in the shape of a vast number of notes which were only partly organized. Engels performed a magnificent task in assembling all this material into finished form. At the time of his death, Engels was preparing to write a history of the First International, but unfortunately, he was cut off before he could undertake it. Engels was also very much occupied with practical political day-to-day guidance in the international labor movement. During the interim between the two internationals, he and Marx, up to the latter's death, had generally carried on the leading role of the old General Council of the IWA. Even after the formation of the Second International, Engels continued very much in the same way, for, as pointed out above, the new international went along for over 10 years without any formal world organization, journal, or headquarters. Engels, in fact, was generally looked upon as the world socialist leader, and he remained for years in close touch with the socialist parties all over the world. He visited the United States, and for many years he was a close friend and advisor of the American socialist movement. Among the classic Marxist writings are his innumerable letters to the parties in France, Germany, Poland, Spain, Russia, the United States, and many other countries. Brilliant, modest, indefatigable, Friedrich Engels made many great contributions to the thinking and fighting of the world's workers. His name will remain forever enshrined in the memory of the international proletariat, along with that of his great co-worker, Karl Marx. Engels was one of the master builders of socialism. Chapter 17. International Trade Unionism. Trade unions are the basic mass organizations of the working class. This is because they are formed exclusively of workers. They are organized in the shops directly at the point of production and exploitation. They embrace the major mass of the workers, and they concern themselves primarily with questions ordinarily of the greatest urgency to the working masses: wages, hours, and working conditions. Trade unions are usually, but not always, the first type of organization set up by the working class in a given country, either in the shape of full-fledged labor organizations or of preliminary friendly societies. When trade unions reach the point of engaging in political action, they do this by either setting up or supporting specific political organizations in the form of parliamentary committees, labor parties, or Marxist parties. They are not equipped as such successfully to prosecute political campaigns. By 1900, the steadily growing trade unions had generally won for themselves, after decades of struggle, the formal legal right to organize in Central Western Europe and the United States. but in practice, this right was still bitterly contested by the employers, especially in the United States. In Russia, and generally in Eastern Europe, the unions at this time, living under terroristic conditions, had no legal existence, although the workers constantly made heroic efforts to form such organizations. England, where capitalism took its first leap forward, was the birthplace of trade unionism. There, trade unions were already to be found in mid-18th century. The workers in all other countries in establishing their labor organizations learned much from the British working class, but their unions were also profoundly influenced by their specific national conditions. At the beginning of the 20th century, therefore, trade unions generally fell into three broad categories: pure and simple trade unions, social democratic unions, and anarcho-syndicalist unions. In several European countries, there were also a few small Catholic unions, organized primarily on the basis of Pope Leo XIII's encyclical of 1891, De Rerum Novarum. Pure and simple trade unionism. The pure and simple type of trade unionism, or as Lenin called it, economism, which in its classical form is now virtually extinct, was characterized by a tacit or open acceptance of capitalism. It was marked by a low degree of class consciousness and a weak spirit of internationalism. It worked upon the principle of the protection of the skilled workers at the expense of the broad mass of the working class, a course which fitted right in with the employer's policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy and trade union bureaucracy. Pure and simple trade unions, usually made up of skilled workers, commonly were built on a craft basis and with a low level of class solidarity. In strikes, they generally followed the principle of each for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. They confined their activities mostly to elementary economic questions. In political matters, they tagged along after the liberal sections of the bourgeoisie, and their leader's slogan was, "No politics in the unions." No working-class politics, that is. Pure and simple trade unionism, accepting bourgeois economics, worked along from day to day with contempt for Marxist theory and without any concrete perspective. As early as 1883, before a U.S. Senate commission, this primitive labor line was thus expressed by Strasser, an erstwhile socialist, a close co-worker of Samuel Gompers. Quote, "We have no ultimate aims. We are going on from day to day. We are fighting only for immediate objects that can be realized in a few years. We want to dress better, and to live better, and to become better citizens, generally." End quote. The home of pure and simple trade unionism was in Great Britain and her white-ruled dominions, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, and also in the United States. This type of unionism was characteristic of the upward swing period of competitive capitalism and the early stages of imperialism, when there were some minor improvements in real wages, especially of the skilled. In the initial phases of capitalism in Great Britain and the United States, on the other hand, when the working class was being formed, the trade unions were radical, if not revolutionary, as illustrated by the militant American trade unions of the 1830s and the Great British Chartist movement of the 1840s. In 1900, the total membership of the British trade unions was 1,972,000. And of the American unions, some 800,000, of which 580,000 were in the AFL. The working class of Great Britain by 1900 was already strongly emerging from the stage of pure and simple trade unionism. This was basically because of the increasing economic difficulties of British imperialism in a world of vigorous capitalist rivals. The advance of the British labor movement was marked by its growing politicization, by the formation of the Social Democratic Federation, Heinemann, in 1881, and the Socialist League in 1882, both Marxist. The launching of the Independent Labor Party, Keir Hardie, in 1893, revisionist, social, democratic, and the setting up by the trade unions of the Labor Representative Committee in 1899, which, 5 years later, became the Labor Party with an essentially Fabian opportunist leadership, MacDonald, Hardie, Barnes, Snowden, and company. Generally, pure and simple trade unionism far predates the Marxist parties because in certain countries the workers have confronted less acute problems of making a political fight for domestic rights. When they arrive at the point of taking up class political action, they set up broad labor parties instead of endorsing the characteristic social democratic parties. In the United States, however, the advance from pure and simple trade unionism proceeded at a much slower pace. This was basically because of the stronger position of American imperialism in the world capitalist economy. In no country were the evils of trade union primitivism so emphasized as in the United States. In 1900, Samuel Gompers, 1850 to 1924, an avowed enemy of socialism, stood at the head of the American Federation of Labor. Many trade union leaders openly affiliated with the Democratic and Republican parties were sunk in depths of personal corruption, altogether without parallel, in world labor circles. They flagrantly stole money from their unions, sold strike insurance to employers, barred Negroes and women from the unions and the industries, made agreements with corporations to keep the unskilled workers unorganized, and ruled their unions at the point of the gun. Class collaboration was their principle, socialism their big enemy, and the sacredness of union contracts their holy slogan. They broke innumerable strikes with their craft union scabbery, and they systematically kept the labor movement politically impotent. Many of them became wealthy with their various forms of graft and corruption. In 1900 to 1901, American socialists, breaking with de Leon's sectarian Social Labor Party, established the Socialist Party, headed by Debs and Hillquit. But the socialists were not fated to win the political leadership of the trade unions from the corrupt Gompers clique. Today, the bulk of American trade unions, which have at least developed elementary political programs of immediate political demands and engage in much political activity, can no longer be classed as pure and simple trade unions, but their top leaders, rigidly anti-Marxist, still generally remain enemies of independent working class political action, and are frank and ardent defenders of American capitalism. Marxist trade unionism. In the 1900 period, social democratic trade unionism was characteristic of practically all the continental nations except the Latin countries, from the English Channel up to and including Russia, with certain national variations. In the latter respect, the Russian unions were the outstanding example, being far more revolutionary than the social democratic labor organizations in Western Europe, but of all this, more further along. The European social democratic trade unions, differing generally from those in the United States, endorsed the perspective of socialism and either officially or unofficially accepted the political leadership of the social democratic parties. Industrial in form and centralized in controls, they were definitely political in their outlook. Their greater politicization was partly because of the influence of the Marxist parties, but also because in these countries the remnants of feudalism were much stronger, and the workers had to devote more of their activities than in England or the United States to the winning of elementary political rights, to vote, to organize, to strike, etc. Generally, these unions were built under the leadership of the socialist parties, or largely so. The German unions were the world models for this type of trade unionism, and the Austrian unions were close behind them. The pioneers among the German unions began to take shape mostly as craft organizations about the time of the 1848 revolution. They were wiped out by the reaction following this lost revolution. By the middle 1860s, they began again to grow, but slowly, until they were hit by the anti-socialist law of 1878, which liquidated most of them and virtually wiped out the whole trade union press. Like the Social Democratic Party, however, the trade unions after the first shock gradually began to grow. By the time the repressive law was lifted in 1890, they were stronger than ever, with a total membership of 280,000, organized into 58 national unions. By 1900, the German unions numbered 680,000 members, and they were entering into a period of rapid growth. In 1890, when the General Federation of Trade Unions was formed, Karl Lagen, 1861 to 1920, became the General Secretary, and he remained at the head of the German labor movement until he died 30 years later. The top German trade union leadership early grew opportunist, and eventually it became, organizationally if not theoretically, the strongest center of revisionism in the entire German labor movement, political and economic. The leaders established strict centralized controls in the unions, reduced trade union democracy to a minimum, and systematically played down all manifestations of rank-and-file militancy, their castration of the May 1st demonstration being only one of many examples of this policy. The Social Democratic trade union leaders, while professing allegiance to the party, endorsed the principle of the neutrality of the unions and sought to build them up under their own bureaucratic control, a tendency which, as we shall see, wrought havoc in the German labor movement. The left wing fought this separatist tendency and urged joint relations with the party. Anarcho-syndicalism. The anarcho-syndicalist unions, which likewise constituted a well-defined labor tendency by 1900, generally had a background of Proudhonism and Bakuниnism. They were the dominant form of labor unionism in France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, although in all these countries the Marxist trade unions had considerable strength. In Latin America, Chile, Argentina, Mexico, etc., the syndicalists eventually exerted considerable influence in the trade union movement, and there were some syndicalist tendencies from 1905 on in the United States, England, Australia, and Canada, principally in the industrial workers of the world. The major forces which produced strong syndicalist trade unions were largely the same as those which developed anarchism in general, namely industrial backwardness, small handicraft industries, franchise limitations, extreme political corruption in government, social democratic opportunism, and Catholic authoritarianism. The anarcho-syndicalist unions of the period were characterized by a revolutionary perspective, looking forward to a future society operated by the trade unions. Their revolutionary weapon was the general strike, growing into insurrection. They were aggressively direct actionist and anti-political. They eschewed all participation in electoral and organized parliamentary activities. They also practiced sabotage in strikes and largely in the form of go-slow movements in the shops. Organizationally, the syndicalist unions were decentralized and highly autonomous. For united action, they depended largely upon mass spontaneity and the organized activities of the militant minority. While accepting broad Marxist principles of the class struggle, generally their ideology was permeated with anarchist and semi-anarchist conceptions. Lenin criticized anarcho-syndicalism with its rejection of petty work as waiting for the great days, with an inability to muster the forces which create great events. France was the main stronghold of anarcho-syndicalism. There, the trade unions were born into traditions of Proudhonism, Blanquism, and Bakunanism, and they had in their background a long series of revolutionary struggles. The first substantial trade unions in France grew up shortly after the Paris Commune of 1871. The law of 1884 granted the workers with limitations the legal right to organize trade unions. But this, says Lefranc, only legalized the fact, for the workers were unionizing without legal sanction, 5 national federations existing in Paris before 1884. The French trade union movement developed along 2 main organizational lines, that is, it built up 2 distinct national sections, of local trades councils and of national industrial and craft federations. In 1895, the movement was united in the General Confederation of Labor, CGT. The recognized founder of the French syndicalist or revolutionary trade union movement was Fernand Pelloutier, a communist anarchist, who laid down its general principles. Georges Sorel, a French intellectual, undertook to theorize anarcho-syndicalism, his principal contributions being the glorification of violence as such and the metaphysical concept of the general strike as a social myth. In later years, Sorel's ideas played an important part in the ideological setup of the Italian fascists. The French syndicalist movement finally formulated its program at its Congress in Amiens, December 1906, which produced the famous Charte d'Amiens. This document states that the CGT prepares complete emancipation with the general strike as the means of action, and it considers that the trade union, syndicat, today the group of resistance, will be in the future the group of production and distribution, the basis of social reorganization. The syndicalist trends in Italy and Spain largely followed the French pattern. Toward a trade union international. From their beginnings, the trade unions of the various countries displayed strong international tendencies. It was the trade unionists of France and England who founded the First International in 1864, and they always played a big part in the congresses and other activities of that organization. The First International concerned itself very much with questions of trade union struggle, and it was this phase of its work that interested the National Labor Union of the United States. In later years, as the trade unions expanded and multiplied, and as the First International became more and more concerned with political questions, sentiment grew for the establishment of an additional international, composed only of trade unions. This matter was discussed at IWA conventions, and the general idea was endorsed at the Universal Socialist Congress in Ghent in September 1877. See Chapter 14. But nothing concrete came of it. Throughout its history, the First International accepted trade union affiliations. The Second International also continued to include trade unions, but the matter of a separate trade union international was discussed already at the Zurich and London Congresses of the Second International in 1893 and 1896. Meanwhile, the urge towards international trade union organization was expressing itself concretely by the formation of international trade conferences and secretariats. The cigar makers in 1871, the printers in 1889, and the coal miners in 1890 took the lead in this direction. By 1900, there were 17 of such secretariats, covering major crafts and industries. These movements gave the Union some measure of the inter-country cooperation that the workers found to be indispensable. Pressure for the establishment of an all-inclusive trade union, international, continued and grew stronger. The British and French trade unionists, says Lorwin, resented the domination of the socialists in the Second International. The American Federation of Labor, which also did not follow the lead of the European social democracy, likewise favored closer international trade union cooperation. To this end, it proposed a World Congress of Trade Unions to take place in Chicago at the same time as the World's Fair of 1893. This plan fell through when the 1891 Brussels Congress of the Second International refused to endorse it. The big obstructionists in the way of a trade union international were the conservative Social Democrats standing at the head of the German labor movement, the growing Lagan machine. Seeing the anti-social democratic orientation of the British, French, and American trade union movements, they were afraid that an independent international movement would escape their control. Although pushed along by the growing movement for international labor cooperation, they, for the time being at least, succeeded in preventing its crystallization in the desired separate trade union international. At a broad trade union conference in Copenhagen, August 21st, 1901, called for the purpose of considering the holding of periodic World Trade Union Congresses, the German leaders led the opposition to founding a trade union international. Lagan and most of the others in attendance felt that the Second International was the proper forum for the discussion of the larger problems of labor, and that international trade union congresses were unnecessary. However, after a further conference in Stuttgart in 1902 and at a succeeding conference in Dublin in 1903, in response to the growing demand for a trade union international, a compromised proposition was adopted in the shape of the International Secretariat of National Trade Union Centers. The following year, this body had as affiliates 14 national centers with 2,378,955 members. This secretariat, made up of 2 representatives from each national center, was scheduled to meet biennially. It served to block the formation of a broad international organization until after World War I. Footnote: in Budapest, August 1911, an effort was made by the IWW, Delegate William Z. Foster, to have itself seated as representing the labor movement of the United States, but its motion was defeated, only the 2 delegates from the CGT of France voting for it. End of footnote. The General Secretary of the International Secretariat was Karl Lagan, the Gompers-like head of the German trade union movement. It was also this ubiquitous gentleman who became General Secretary of the International Federation of Trade Unions, which, under increasing French, British, and American pressure, was finally launched in skeleton form in 1913, but which did not become a broad representative international movement until it was reorganized in 1919. At the outbreak of World War I, the IFTU had as affiliates a score of national centers with some 7,500,000 members, the only important unaffiliated labor movements being those of Japan, Argentina, Bulgaria, and Australia. Chapter 18. Imperialism and Millerand, Paris, 1900. The 5th Congress of the Second International met in Paris in September 1900. By now the imperialist epoch of capitalism had well begun. As Marx had long before indicated, world capitalism, evolving from its early stage of competition, had become increasingly monopolist and eventually imperialist. Footnote: modern imperialism, based upon monopoly capitalism, is not to be confused with the ancient imperialism of Rome, Athens, etc., which was based upon slavery. End of footnote. The period 1870 to 1900 was a period of transition to imperialism. Lenin says that, quote, "For Europe, the time when the new capitalism definitely superseded the old can be established with fair precision. It was the beginning of the 20th century." End quote. In his great book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, written in 1916, Lenin calls imperialism, quote, "the monopoly stage of capitalism, the epoch of finance capital," end quote. He analyzes it as including the following 5 essential features. Quote, 1. The concentration of production and capital developed to such a high stage that it created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation on the basis of this finance capital of a financial oligarchy. 3. The export of capital, which has become extremely important, as distinguished from the export of commodities. 4. The formation of international capitalist monopolies, which share the world among themselves. 5. The territorial division of the whole world by the greatest capitalist powers is completed. End quote. The growth of monopoly capitalism or imperialism in the last quarter of the 19th century was marked by the development of many great industrial and financial cartels, syndicates, and trusts in all the leading capitalist countries. In the United States, which by 1900 had far outstripped England in industrial development, there were already 440 industrial, franchise, and transportation trusts, capitalized at $20 billion. And the next years brought many more. In Germany, in 1896, there existed 250 monopolistic cartels. This number jumped to 385 in 1905. And it continued rapidly to increase. In 1870, the 3 biggest French banks had 64 branches with total deposits of 427 million francs, whereas by 1909, they had 1,229 branches and 4,363 millions in deposits. In England, although its tempo of development was falling far behind that of the United States and Germany, a broad expansion and consolidation of industry and banking were also taking place. Characteristically, the big banker industrialists had become by 1900 not only the real masters of industry, but also of the governments of the respective great capitalist powers. The period of imperialism, based on an intensive growth and monopolization of industry and the domination of financial oligarchies in the chief capitalist countries, also brought with it by various means the organized economic and political penetration and subjugation of the less developed countries by the large powers. There took place increasingly the export of capital, which gives the exporting power a commanding position in the importing country. In this respect, Great Britain was the leader, its total foreign investments climbing from about £200 million in 1850 to some £2,000 million in 1905, and to £4,000 million in 1913. Also, a network of cartel agreements spread over many developed countries, dividing up their markets and natural resources among the imperialist monopolies. Most vital, the imperialist powers proceeded to divide among themselves the various undeveloped territories of the world, whose peoples were unable to protect themselves. In the last quarter of the 19th century, Africa and Polynesia were taken over almost completely by the marauding imperialist states. From 1884 to 1900, according to Hobson, England grabbed 3.7 million square miles of territory, with a population of 57 million. France got 3.6 million square miles, with 36.5 million people. Germany, 1 million square miles, with 17 million people. Belgium, 900,000 square miles, with 30 million people. And Portugal, 800,000 square miles, with 9 million people. One of the most dynamic aspects of this growth and evolution of the capitalist system was that, as capitalism always does, it proceeded at widely varying tempos in the several countries. This disparity was, according to the law of the uneven development of capitalism, promulgated by Lenin in 1915, quote, "Some countries which previously held a foremost position now develop their industry at a relatively slow rate, while others, which were formerly backward, overtake and outstrip them by rapid leaps." End quote. In 1880, says Eaton, Britain's output of pig iron was 7.7 million tons, against Germany's 2.5 million and the USA's 3.8 million. By 1913, Britain's output had risen to 10.3 million tons, but Germany's had risen to 19.3 million, and the USA's to 31 million. Finance capital and the trusts, says Lenin, are increasing instead of diminishing the differences in the rate of development of the various parts of the world economy. This unevenness of capitalist development greatly accentuates the sharp conflicts among the imperialist powers, and it is a basic cause of modern imperialist war. For, as Lenin points out, quote, "When the relation of forces is changed, how else under capitalism can the solution of contradictions be found except by resorting to violence?" End quote. The first of the armed conflicts in this broad period, heralding the advent of ultra-predatory imperialist war in general, were the Spanish-American War of 1898, the Anglo-Boer War of 1899, the intervention of the big powers in China in 1900, and the Russo-Japanese War of 1904. Of special significance also to the world labor movement during the rise of imperialism was the fact that it tended to increase the disparity in wages between the skilled and unskilled workers in the principal capitalist countries. The last quarter of the 19th century, a period of intense industrial expansion and increasing exploitation of labor, was a time of slowly rising real wages in the major capitalist lands. In the pattern of the English employers generally, the capitalists used a portion of the superprofits wrung from the colonies to favor the skilled workers at home, with the objective of thus weakening the militancy and solidarity of the working class as a whole. Everywhere, however, the great mass of the workers slaved in near destitution. Thus, whereas in Germany the real wages of the working class, generally at poverty levels, went up from .100 in 1887 to 105 in 1909, those of the labor aristocracy increased to 113 in the same period. Similar conditions obtained in other capitalist countries. They had profound effects upon labor policy, the right opportunist social democrats basing their revisionist theories and class collaboration policies upon the relatively more prosperous labor aristocracy at the cost of the broad labor movement. This wage trend, however, was to be reversed in later years. The Millerand Case. During this period of capitalist upswing and growing imperialism, right opportunism grew in the socialist parties of the chief capitalist countries throughout the Second International. This evil development came to a head at the Paris 1900 Congress in the celebrated cases of Alexandre Millerand in France and Edward Bernstein in Germany. The fights around these two opportunists, the first real international struggles between the right and the left in the Second International, shook the organization from one end of it to the other and threatened to split the movement. At the outset, Marxism in France had a hard time to get established in the face of strong Proudhonist, Blanquist, Bakuninist, Barrosist, Syndicalist, and other counter-tendencies. As late as 1898, there were no less than 5 socialist parties in France, representing the various groupings. These parties were led by such figures as Guesde, Vaillant, Allemand, Braus, and Jaurès. It was not until 1905 that the several groups joined together and formed the United Socialist Party of France. In the fight around the question of Millerandism, the two outstanding party leaders were Jules Guesde and Jean Jaurès. Guesde, 1845 to 1922, who had supported the Commune, became a Marxist in 1878 and joined the party in the early 1880s, and was one of its pioneers. He was doctrinaire and sectarian, one of the orthodox Marxists. Jaurès, 1859 to 1914, who was a professor of philosophy at Toulouse University, became a socialist in 1890, and later was one of the founders of the party organ, La Humanité. He stood in the extreme right wing of the party, his socialism being heavily tinged with petty bourgeois republicanism. The background of the Millerand case was the famous Dreyfus affair. Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish officer in the French army, was framed by military reactionaries for treason, convicted, and finally sent off to Devil's Island. Saturated with anti-Semitism, the case caused profound repercussions in France and throughout the world. In the face of the big uproar nationally and internationally over the outrageous affair, Dreyfus was eventually released and, in 1906, definitely cleared of the false charges. At first, Guesde, true to his left sectarian conceptions, took the attitude that the Dreyfus affair was none of the concern of the proletariat and stood aside from it. Jaurès and his white right-wing group, the Independent Socialist Party, going to the other extreme, decided that the fate of French democracy was at stake, and in 1899 had their man, Millerand, without even consulting the party, accept a post in the Waldeck-Rousseau cabinet as Minister of Commerce. In the same cabinet also sat Galifet, the butcher of the Communards. Immediately after Millerand's entry, the government displayed its reactionary character by having its police shoot down striking workers in Martinique and at Chalons. The left defeated in the Paris Congress. The Millerand case occupied the center of attention at the 1900 Congress of the Second International. The Congress had just passed a resolution limiting the possibilities of coalition with the bourgeois parties. In the discussion, specifically around the Millerand case, 3 well-defined positions developed. The first, expressed in the Guesde resolution, condemned Millerand's action in principle, stating that the Congress, quote, allows the proletariat to take part in bourgeois governments only in the form of winning seats on its own strength and on the basis of the class struggle, and it forbids any participation whatever of socialists in bourgeois governments towards which socialists must take up an attitude of unbending opposition. End quote. Guesde's position was strongly supported by Vaillant and Rosa Luxemburg, the latter stating, quote, in bourgeois society, social democracy, by its very nature, has to play the part of an opposition party. It can only come forward as the governing party on the ruins of the bourgeois state. End quote. The second point of view, that of the extreme right, was presented by Jaurès with his customary eloquence. Like Guesde, Jaurès also raised the matter as a question of principle, but from the opposite direction. He actively defended Socialist Party coalitions with bourgeois parties, and he specifically endorsed the individual action of Millerand in entering the French cabinet. Juarez declared that by this action they had saved the republic, and he pictured such a participation in capitalist governments as the beginning of the socialist revolution. The third point of view, centrist, was presented by Kautsky. He wrote a resolution known as the Rubber Resolution, which took the position that the question at issue was not one of principle, but of tactics, and he said, quote, "The Congress does not have to decide upon that," end quote. After thus leaving the door wide open for such opportunistic maneuvers as that of Millerand, the Kautsky resolution proceeded to criticize any socialist who, quote, "becomes a minister independently of his party, or whenever he ceases to be the delegate of that party," end quote. In such a case, he should resign. While the left bitterly attacked the Kautsky resolution, the right wing, including Juarez, rallied behind it. It was finally passed by a vote of 29-9. Each country was entitled to 2 votes. Bulgaria and Ireland voted 2 each against the resolution, which with France, Poland, Russia, and the United States, each casting 1 vote against it. Footnote: the SLP voted against the Kautsky resolution, the SP for it. End of footnote. This was a stinging defeat for the left. It cleared the way for further opportunist betrayers of the Millerand type. As Lenz remarks, this was the first great defeat for the revolutionary wing of the International. One of the vital lessons of the historic struggle was the manifestation of the growing danger of centrism as well as of rightism. Kautsky, who had been generally taking a position with the left against right opportunism, was directly responsible for the left defeat by his surrender in principle to the right wing, while at the same time making a shallow showing with radical phrases. This was a forecast of his sinister centrist role to come in later years. As for Millerand, he refused to resign from the cabinet, was expelled from the party, and for many years he served the capitalists as a betrayer of labor into the hands of their class enemies. He died in 1943, honored by the capitalist class, and leaving a name which to the world's working class remains a symbol of treason to the labor movement. The struggle against militarism and war. Like all other congresses of the First and Second Internationals, the 1900 Congress dealt with the growing danger of militarism and war. This increasing menace was a specific manifestation of the dawning period of imperialism. Rosa Luxemburg presented the main resolution on the question. Her resolution analyzed the capitalist origins of war and proposed 3 major steps to combat it. These were the education and organization of the youth, socialist members of parliament to vote against military credits, and united anti-war demonstrations to take place during international crises. The resolution was adopted unanimously. As usual, a minority of delegates, mainly from the Latin countries, proposed the general strike as the main means to combat war. This proposal was rejected, with the German opportunist trade union leader Karl Lagen making a speech against the general strike in principle. Aristide Briand of France, then a loud-mouthed phrasemonger and soon to be a renegade, led the fight for the policy of the anti-war general strike. Except for the defeat suffered earlier on the question of Millerandism due to Kautsky's treachery, left sentiment in the Congress was dominant. This was shown on both the questions of militarism and colonialism. In the latter matter, the Congress took the position that the workers should actively combat the colonial policies of the imperialist states, and that socialist parties should be established in the colonial countries. Up to this time, the Second International had grossly neglected the situation of the colonial peoples, nor was the organization, in fact, ever to develop an effective program of struggle for and with the exploited peoples of the colonies. The International Socialist Bureau. An important step taken by the 1900 Congress was the establishment of the International Socialist Bureau, ISB. For a decade, ever since its foundation in 1889, the Second International had gone along with no organized world center whatever. This was a basic weakness, and there was a continuous demand that this glaring political and organizational defect should be remedied. Finally, therefore, the ISB was set up. The ISB was located in Brussels, with a paid secretary and an annual budget of 10,000 francs. The Bureau was made up of 2 delegates of each national delegation to the Congresses, or in all, some 50 to 70 persons. It was to meet 4 times a year, and in the period between meetings, the Bureau was to be managed by the Executive Committee of the Belgian Labour Party. The chairman was Van der Velde, and the secretary Camille Huysmans, both Belgians. With the establishment of the ISB, it was also laid down that only those organizations, parties, trade unions, cooperatives, etc., that recognized the general principles of socialism could affiliate to the International. Henceforth, the Congresses, variously known in the past, would be called International Socialist Congresses. The ISB, although constituting a step ahead, still fell far short of the General Council of the First International. The latter was a real leading body cultivating a true international spirit and action, whereas the new Bureau was still within the category primarily of a correspondence and a statistical center. Although somewhat enlarged in later years and acting as a sort of referee between the quarreling national parties, the functions of the ISB remained very limited. The secretary was charged with the specific tasks of calling the congresses, publishing resolutions, reports, and proceedings, collecting information, and the like. The Bureau was not a body to enforce the decisions of the congresses nor to interpret them. This was left to the voluntary action of the national parties and other affiliated bodies. The rock upon which the Second International finally came to disaster was that of national chauvinism. From the outset, internationalism was at a low level in its life, with the German and other decisive parties insisting upon virtual autonomy in working out their affairs. The failure of the International for 11 years to set up any world center at all, and then when it did establish a bureau, its refusal to give this body normal leading powers were both the consequence and a cultivation of the latent danger of bourgeois nationalism in the affiliated parties. The smash-up in 1914 was the ultimate result of this general trend. Chapter 19. Bernstein Revisionism, Amsterdam, 1904. The central question before the Sixth Congress of the Second International in Amsterdam in 1904 was that of Bernstein Revisionism. This system of opportunism, organically related to that of Millerand, was directly a product of the rise of imperialism in general, and of German imperialism in particular. It was also the fruition of right-wing tendencies that had been developing ever since the foundation of the Second International. Eduard Bernstein, 1850 to 1932, a former bank clerk and son of a railroad engineer, was born in Germany. During the anti-socialist law period, he was an exile in England, a co-worker with Engels, and the editor of the journal Sozialdemokrat. On the basis of the characteristic features of the early imperialist period, Bernstein arrived at the conclusion that Marxism was all wrong. Among these features, signalized by Bernstein, were the rapid expansion and relative stability of the capitalist system, the widespread growth of great trusts, the minor increases in the real wages of the workers, particularly the skilled, the great expansion of working class, economic, and political organizations, the winning by the workers of certain democratic rights, especially regarding the franchise, and the growth of the new middle class, intellectuals, technicians, etc. On the basis of these developments, Bernstein, who formerly was closely under the influence of the British Fabians in London, developed the general idea that capitalism, instead of becoming obsolete and reactionary, was gradually evolving into socialism. Going far beyond the earlier opportunism of Volmar, while still pretending to be a Marxist, because of the broad popularity of Marxism among the German working class, Bernstein undertook to revise, i.e., to destroy Marxism root and branch in both theory and practice. He first made known his ideas officially in October 1898 in a letter to the convention of the German Social Democratic Party in Hanover. In 1899, he wrote a book embodying his revisionist system, translated into English as Evolutionary Socialism. Bernstein challenged the Marxist theory of surplus value, repudiated the theories of the class struggle and of the materialist conception of history, denied the law of the concentration of capital, and averred that the middle class, instead of declining, was growing. He supported bourgeois patriotism, endorsed Millerandism, and gave his blessing to imperialism and colonialism. He especially attacked the Marxist theory of the relative and absolute impoverishment of the working class, interpreting the temporary small improvements in real wages during the boom period of German imperialism as positive and progressive gains. Ridiculing the term dictatorship of the proletariat, Bernstein declared that a revolution was both unnecessary and impossible. He especially made use of the distorted article of Engels, see chapter 16, in which the latter, because of his stressing the greater obstacles in later times against barricade fighting, was made to appear as if giving up all idea of an eventual revolution. Bernstein presented a gradualist approach to socialism, basically akin to that of the Fabians in Great Britain. He said, quote, "A greater security for lasting success lies in a steady advance than in the possibilities offered by a catastrophic crash." End quote. He declared that for him the final aim of socialism meant nothing, the day-to-day movement everything. Gompers was saying essentially the same thing. The rigid institutions of feudalism had to be destroyed by violence as they were, but the flexible institutions of capitalism needed only to be further developed. Denying the reality of the class struggle, Bernstein based his program upon class collaboration, stating that, quote, "The right to vote in a democracy makes its members virtually partners in a community, and this virtual partnership must, in the end, lead to real partnership." End quote. Rosa Luxemburg, who assailed Bernstein, thus sums up his system, quote, "According to the present conception of the party, trade union and parliamentary activity are important for the socialist movement because such activity prepares the proletariat, that is to say, creates the subjective factor of the socialist transformation for the task of realizing socialism. But, according to Bernstein, trade unions and parliamentary activity gradually reduce capitalist exploitation itself. They remove from capitalist society its capitalist character. They realize objectively the desired social change." End quote. Bernstein thus lays down the anti-Marxist program of right-wing social democracy. It all sums up to an acceptance of capitalism, of trying to make the best of that system. His program remains that of opportunist socialism down to this day. What essentially have since been added to it have been successive injections of Ebert-Noska counter-revolution, of Hitlerite anti-Soviet hysteria, and of Keynesian conceptions of progressive capitalism through subsidizing industry. The fight in the German party. The Bernstein letter, which created a sensation, was placed on the agenda at the Stuttgart National Convention of the German Party in 1898, and after a hot 3 days debate, it was rejected. Bernstein's line was also defeated at the Hanover Convention of 1899, but it suffered its biggest setback at the National Party Convention in Dresden in 1903. When it was voted down by 288 to 11. Bebel and Kautsky, and especially Bebel, actively led the struggle against Bernstein. Although themselves slipping gradually into a centrist line, they were not prepared to accept the complete surrender of socialism implicit in the Bernstein program. Kautsky condemned Bernstein revisionism as an abandonment of the fundamental principles and conceptions of scientific socialism, and upon this basis the fight was made. Especially outstanding in this fight against Bernsteinism was Rosa Luxemburg, 1870 to 1919, the young leader of the German left wing. She was born in Poland and from 1883 was active in the Socialist Party of that country. After 1897, she turned her main attention to the German Social Democratic Party. She declared that Bernstein's theory meant to renounce the social transformation, the final goal of the social democracy, and inversely to make of social reforms the means of the class struggle its aim. What Bernstein questions is not the rapidity of the development of capitalist society, but the march of the development itself, and consequently the very possibility of a change to socialism. She made a brilliant refutation of Bernstein's whole line, showing the fundamental incompatibility of opportunism with Marxism. Bernstein revisionism came to a climax at this Dresden Convention of 1903 as a direct result of the important successes of the German social democracy in the elections of that year. Compared with 1898, its votes had increased from 2.1 million to 3 million, its percentage of the total poll from 18.4 to 24, and the number of its seats from 32 to 55. On the basis of this increased strength, the right wing felt that the time had come to insist upon participation in the government on the Millerand model, in this case, to secure the post of vice president of the Reichstag. Volmar and a large section of the Reichstag faction supported Bernstein's demand to this effect. Under the existing circumstances, this step would put the party into collaboration with the bourgeoisie and its government, which was precisely what the revisionists wanted. The convention therefore overwhelmingly rejected the Bernstein proposals and in a strong resolution condemned working class participation in capitalist governments. In the discussion, Kautsky half-heartedly agreed that he had made an error in the 1900 Congress of the International by soft-pedaling the Millerand treachery. Although defeated at the convention, Bernsteinism dovetailed with the opportunism being developed by the trade union leaders, and the junction of these two tendencies was to wreak havoc with the German party and the whole international. The international struggle against revisionism. The fight over Bernstein revisionism quickly spread throughout the international, practically every important party being involved in it to a greater or lesser degree. Especially urgent became the specific question of socialist participation in capitalist governments. Undoubtedly, the employers in Europe, seeing the rise of the socialist movement, realized that a potent way to undermine and weaken it was by drawing its leaders into the respective governmental cabinets, where they could be controlled and corrupted. Millerand was but the first of a whole flock of traitors in this general respect. Undoubtedly, the employers were behind Bernstein's attempt to get the German social democracy organically tied up with the Kaiser's government. It was in this general period, 1905 to 1906, that John Burns, prominent labor leader and erstwhile member of the Social Democratic Federation in England, was made a member of the cabinet of Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, and Aristide Brand and René Vivani, French socialists, were sucked into the cabinets of the Syrian and Clemenceau governments. All three of these renegades in the governments faithfully served the employers in misleading the workers. Briand and Vivani eventually became premiers of France. Before long, they were to be followed into capitalist governments by many other right-wing traitors to the working class. The struggle against Bernsteinism internationally was made by the broad left, which included many of a centrist trend. In the various countries, this fight was typified by the following outstanding figures. In Germany, Bebel, Kautsky, and Luxemburg against Bernstein, Legin and Volmar. In France, Guesda against Juarez. In Russia, Plekhanov and Lenin against Martov. In England, Heidemann against Henderson and MacDonald. In the United States, De Leon, Hillquit, and Debs against Berger, Erntemann, and Gompers. The fight also went in all other countries that had substantial socialist and trade union movements. One of the great weaknesses of the broad left in this key struggle was to make a fetish of party unity, not to realize that unity with the Bernsteinites was a source of weakness rather than of strength for the parties. Above all, Lenin understood this danger. It was during this general struggle in 1903 that the Russian Bolsheviks split from the Mensheviks. Rosa Luxemburg also sensed the danger, and at the Dresden Convention of the German Party, she proposed to expel all those who voted for Bernstein's proposal, but Babel and Kautsky did not support her. Plekhanov, who was still a Marxist, also favored the expulsion of Bernstein. Generally, the right wing, particularly in the key parties of Germany and Austria, maneuvered against a split. They even voted for motions condemning their position, seeking by the most unprincipled devices to avoid a head-on collision with the powerful left. At any price, they wanted to keep within the mass parties. In the United States in 1901, the Socialist Party, headed by Debs, Hillquit, and Berger, had been organized in a breakaway from the sectarian Socialist Labor Party led by De Leon. But the left in the Socialist Party was still too much immature to make a real stand against the blatant Bernsteinites, whose chief spokesman was Victor Berger. White chauvinism in the American Socialist Party. One of the worst forms of opportunism in the Second International was white chauvinism, such as expressed in the American Socialist Party towards the Negro people. For many decades, the Negro masses, after being freed from chattel slavery by the Civil War of 1861 to 1865, were subjected to the most barbarous persecution. They were denied the rights of education, to work in industry, to vote as citizens, to serve in the armed forces, to enjoy the common rights of travelers in hotels, railroad cars, etc. And almost weekly the world was shocked by barbarous lynchings in which Negroes were whipped, shot, hanged, or burned to death. But the Socialist Party calmly ignored this whole dreadful situation. It did not demand the abolition of lynching and the Jim Crow system. Kipnis, commenting upon this criminal lethargy, says, quote, "There is no record that the party ever actively opposed discrimination against Negroes from 1901 to 1912, end quote, the period of his study. Indeed, the party press reeked with white chauvinist slanders of the Negro people, in which such outstanding Bernsteinites as Berger and Untermann were the most notorious offenders. The party itself even theorized its indifference towards the tragic position of the Negro people by declaring repeatedly that, being the party of the working class as a whole, it could not raise special demands for specific groups in the population. The only relief the party held out to the outraged, exploited, and murderously oppressed Negro people was that someday socialism would be established and they would then be freed." In 1903, prior to the Amsterdam Congress, the International Socialist Bureau, stirred by shocking stories of Negro persecution in the United States, wrote to the American Socialist Party as to its stand regarding lynching. This letter brought forth the following shameless white chauvinist reply, quote, "The Socialist Party points out the fact that nothing less than the abolition of the capitalist system and the substitution of the socialist system can provide conditions under which the hunger maniacs, kleptomaniacs, sexual maniacs, and all other offensive and now lynchable human degenerates will cease to be begotten or produced." End quote. This shameless justification of lynching apparently did not shock the ISB, for nothing further was heard of the matter. The left carries the Amsterdam Congress. A very important question before the Congress in Amsterdam was the newly begun Russo-Japanese War. This was the first large-scale war of the imperialist period. The two socialist parties most concerned, the Russian and the Japanese, took a sound revolutionary position strongly opposing the war. The dramatic high point of the Congress came when Plekhanov of Russia shook hands warmly with Sen Katayama of Japan, and they both pledged the solidarity of their respective parties in a common struggle against the war. As usual, however, the resolution for a general strike in case of war was voted down by the Congress. The recent general strikes in Belgium in 1902, Sweden in 1902, and Holland in 1903 were sharply raising this question throughout the International. The major attention of the Amsterdam Congress was directed towards the burning question of Bernsteinism. The heated discussion took up most of the sessions. The German party led the fight. As Linz says, it, quote, appeared at the Amsterdam Congress as the guardian of the Marxist line in opposition to revisionism, end quote. The fight against revisionism was led by Babel, Kautsky, Plekhanov, Lenin, Luxemburg, Guesda, and de Leon. Juarez, aided by van der Velde, Auer, and others, conducted the fight for the right wing. The final battle turned around the adoption of what was substantially the resolution of the Dresden Congress of the German Social Democracy in 1903 on the question, which was reintroduced by the Guesdists. This resolution sharply condemned revisionism and ministerialism and militantly endorsed a class struggle policy. The Juarists following would have been satisfied with a re-endorsement of the Kautsky-Rubber Resolution of 1900. Adler and van der Velde undertook to come to the rescue of the revisionists with a weasel-worded resolution which, while making a play of class struggle phraseology, specifically failed to condemn revisionism as such. De Leon also introduced a resolution rejecting outright the Kautsky Resolution of 4 years earlier. In the Congress, balloting de Leon's resolution got only his own vote, but the Adler-van der Velde resolution almost carried. The vote for it was 21-21, but it failed of passage because of the tie vote rule. The Dresden-Amsterdam resolution carried by a vote of 25-5, with 6 parties holding 12 votes abstaining. The countries voting against were Australia 2, England 1, France 1, Norway 1. The abstainers were Argentina 2, Belgium 2, Denmark 2, Holland 2, Switzerland 2, Sweden 2. The text of the resolution reads as follows. The Dresden-Amsterdam Resolution, quote, the Congress repudiates to the fullest extent possible the efforts of the revisionists who have for their object the modification of our tried and victorious policy based on the class war, and the substitution for the conquest of political power by an unceasing attack on the bourgeoisie of a policy of concession to the established order of society. The consequence of such revisionist tactics would be to turn a party striving for the most speedy transformation possible of bourgeois society into socialist society, a party therefore revolutionary in the best sense of the word, into a party satisfied with the reform of bourgeois society. For this reason, the Congress, convinced in opposition to the revisionist tendencies that class antagonisms, far from diminishing, continually increase in bitterness, declares 1. That the party rejects all responsibility of any sort under the political and economic conditions based on capitalist production, and therefore can in no wise countenance any measure tending to maintain in power the dominant class. 2. The social democracy can serve for no participation in the government under bourgeois society, this decision being in accordance with the Kautsky Resolution passed at the International Congress of Paris in 1900. The Congress further repudiates every attempt to blur the ever-growing class antagonisms in order to bring about an understanding with bourgeois parties. The Congress relies upon the socialist parliamentary groups to use their power, increased by the number of their members and by the great accession of electors who support them, to persevere in their propaganda toward the final object of socialism, and in conformity with our program, to defend most resolutely the interests of the working class, the extension and consolidation of political liberties, in order to obtain equal rights for all, to carry on more vigorously than ever the fight against militarism, against the colonial and imperialist policy, against injustice, oppression, and exploitation of every kind, and finally to exert itself energetically to perfect social legislation, and to bring about the realization of the political and civilizing mission of the working class. End quote. The combined left and center won the victory at the Congress, but obviously the right wing was not decisively beaten. The strength of the revisionists was shown in full in the vote on the sneaky right-wing Adler-van der Velde resolution, which so narrowly escaped passage. The large number of abstentions on the main resolution was a further manifestation of opportunist strength. The International was yet to hear much from the Bernstein revisionists, to its own ultimate disaster. Chapter 20. Lenin, the Party of a New Type. By the turn of the century, the historic trend of the Second International was definitely away from Marxism and towards right opportunism. The major parties comprised in the International were increasingly falling victim to petty bourgeois illusions bred by the prosperity of the upswing period of imperialism in their respective countries. True, the right wing was defeated in the Amsterdam Congress of 1904, and during the next few years it was also to suffer many other formal defeats, especially in the German party, the eventual stronghold of revisionism. Yet the right wing generally tended to become stronger, and with its revisionist program to get more and more entrenched in the leadership of the several socialist parties. Moreover, the developing and vacillating center group was proving steadily less capable of resisting the advancing right and was tending constantly to surrender to it. As for the weak left wing in most of Europe, it was generally confused, immature, and quite unable to overcome the process of political degeneration that was gradually engulfing the International. Powerful opposition from the left, nevertheless, was developing against the stifling revisionism of the Second International, and by 1904 it was already well marked. Its center was in Russia, an industrially backward country that had hitherto played only a small role in the International, and its leader was Lenin, who was generally but little known at that time in world labor circles. The Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party could and did come forth as the leading Marxist anti-revisionist force in the Second International. This occurred basically because, whereas in the Western capitalist countries the socialist revolution seemed vague and far off in Russia as the follow-up of the impending bourgeois revolution, it was obviously knocking at the door and imperatively demanding basic attention. The new revolutionary program, developed chiefly by Lenin, was Bolshevism, or as it came to be later known, Marxism-Leninism. Leninism, said Stalin, is the Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. Marxism-Leninism was the product of developing world imperialism and the Russian Revolution. Its natural point of origin was Tsarist Russia, where the contradictions of imperialism were the sharpest, and where the proletarian revolution was rapidly brewing. The great significance of Lenin is that, with his brilliant intellect and indomitable revolutionary spirit, he was able to interpret theoretically the basic economic and political currents of the imperialist period and to translate them into successful revolutionary action. Lenin and his work. Lenin, 1870 to 1924, was born on April 10, 1870, in Simbirsk, Russia. His father, by birth a peasant, had become a school teacher, and his mother was also of modest origin. His older brother, Alexander, one of the most active organizers of Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, a terrorist organization, was hanged by the Tsar's government in 1887. The same year, Lenin entered the Kazan University, the universities in St. Petersburg and Moscow being barred against him as the brother of an executed revolutionary. He at once became active in the university's revolutionary student movement and got expelled 1 month after his entry. He finally managed, however, chiefly on the basis of self-study, to get a degree in law from St. Petersburg, but he never practiced the profession. He participated vigorously in the workers' revolutionary movement, for which in 1897 he was banished to Siberia for 3 years. Thereafter, except for a short while during the time of the Revolution of 1905, he lived abroad until early in 1917. Like Marx and Engels, Lenin was a man both of theory and action. Not only did he resurrect the main theories of Marx, which the revisionists thought they had safely buried forever, but he also developed Marxism further to embrace the many problems generated by the period of imperialism in all countries. All his adult life, Lenin was an active participant in the concrete struggles of the workers. The synthesis of his immense theoretical and practical work was his triumphant leadership of the workers and peasants in the Great Russian Revolution of November 1917. Lenin, who collided with the revisionists on all major points, especially attacked their fundamentally wrong analysis of imperialism. The revisionists saw in the phenomena of expanding imperialism the softening of class antagonisms, the necessity of class collaboration, the transformation of the state into an organism standing apart from classes, the increase of capitalist stability, the development of organized capitalism, and generally the ending of the period of revolution, and the opening up of opportunities for the workers to make a gradual and peaceful advance to socialism. They considered the works of Marx and Engels obsolete, as applying only to the earlier, competitive state of capitalism. Lenin, on the other hand, saw in imperialism the intensification of class and national antagonisms, the beginning of the decline of capitalism, the opening of a new era of great wars and revolutions. He defended the writings of Marx and Engels as having full validity in this period, and he made them the basis of all his further analysis and revolutionary activity. The building of a revolutionary program. On this basis, Lenin, in practice and in his many great writings, proceeded to reestablish the whole body of Marxian theory, which the revisionist heads of the Second International had long since discarded. As against the revisionist acceptance of bourgeois democracy and of the bourgeois state, Lenin demonstrated with crushing force that the capitalist state was an organ of the capitalist class for the repression of the working class, and that the workers, in order to emancipate themselves, would have to destroy it, and to construct a new regime. He further demonstrated in theory, as well as by the practice of the Paris Commune, and finally by the Russian Revolution itself, that the form of social organization the victorious workers would set up after the abolition of capitalism would be none other than the dictatorship of the proletariat, so brilliantly foreseen by Marx and Engels. On the solid foundation of Marxist principles, Lenin also widely developed proletarian revolutionary strategy and tactics for the period of imperialism, and he directly cultivated the Marxist forces in many countries. Among the basic propositions worked out by him were the leading role of the proletariat in all present-day revolutions, bourgeois or socialist, the alliance between the workers and the peasantry, and between the workers in the imperialist countries and the peoples in the colonial lands, the class differentiation in the villages, the question of self-determination for oppressed peoples, the relationship between immediate demands and the fight for socialism, the role of the trade unions and their relationship to the party, the law and techniques of proletarian insurrection, the general structure upon which socialism will be built, the possibility of the establishment of socialism in one country, the growing over of the bourgeois revolution into the proletarian revolution, and many more. All this was in fundamental contrast to the current right-wing policies of tailing the working class after the bourgeoisie, casting off the peasantry as a reactionary mass, having contempt for self-determination, and the struggles of the colonial peoples, concentrating solely upon immediate demands, and their general failure to consider or to fight for socialism. One of Lenin's greatest accomplishments was to theorize and construct the Communist Party itself, without which all talk of working-class emancipation and socialism would be vain chatter, in opposition to the bourgeois conceptions of the right wing for an amorphous party without a real program, including all sorts of trimmers and opportunists bereft of discipline. Lenin built a party on the basis of the principles laid down by Marx and Engels, that is, as the vanguard of the proletariat. Lenin's is a party of revolutionists, based on the working class and its allies, made up of the best fighters and most devoted workers in the labor movement, the various people's organizations, cooperatives, etc., self-critical and with a highly developed Marxist ideology, a party which in every respect, on the battlefields, in the workshops, on the farms, in the colleges, and in the legislative halls, truly stands at the head of the working class and the whole nation. The Communist Party, as conceived and forged by the great Lenin, is the most highly developed type of political organization ever produced by humankind, an indispensability for achieving socialism. With his great political and organizational program, Lenin laid down the science of revolutionary struggle for the period of imperialism, and he therewith provided the theoretical basis for the later revolutions in Russia, China, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, East Germany, Romania, Albania, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Indochina, Korea, and many others that are still to come. By the time of the outbreak of the Russian Revolution in 1905, Lenin had already worked out most of the main essentials of his revolutionary program, which constituted the basic challenge to the revisionism that was becoming increasingly dominant in the Second International. Early development of the party in Russia. The first organized Marxist force in Russia was the Emancipation of Labor Group, formed in 1883 by G.V. Plekhanov, together with Martov, Paul Axelrod, Vera Zasulich, and Leo Deutsch. Plekhanov, 1856 to 1918, was formerly a Narodnik or populist, but became a Marxist, and in his early years he was one of the most brilliant Marxist theorists in the whole Second International. His eventual general orientation, however, was away from Marxism, through centrism to revisionism. Lenin, arriving in St. Petersburg in 1893, became active in the Marxist ranks, organizing there the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class. Lenin's group took a militant part in the growing strike movement and in further clarifying the line of the Russian Marxists, thus preparing the way for the foundation of a national Marxist political organization. As a Marxist party must, the party in Tsarist Russia grew in struggle, not only against the employers and the reactionary landlords, but also against the various alien political tendencies arising among the working class and its allies. The first ideological enemy that it had to overcome was Narodism, populism. The Narodniks, while vaguely advancing a socialist perspective, erroneously held that the principal revolutionary force was not the working class but the peasantry, and that the rule of the czars and the landlords could be overthrown by peasant revolts alone. The Narodniks belittled the future development of capitalism and the proletariat in Russia. Plekhanov, and later Lenin, waged a brilliant polemic against the petty bourgeois Narodniks. They pointed out the rapid capitalist development that was already taking place in Russia, and they demonstrated the factors making for its continued growth. They proved the proletariat to be the leading revolutionary class and argued for a program of organized political action on the basis of the working class. They condemned the Narodniks, People's Will Group, advocacy of individual terrorism. The general result of this historical ideological warfare was to establish the hegemony of Marxism in the ranks of the working class. The Narodniks, however, retained their strength among the peasantry, and later, as socialist revolutionaries, they were to play a very important part in the oncoming revolutions. After the arrest of Lenin and in the midst of the developing trade union struggle, specifically in 1899, a new deviating group appeared in the ranks of the Russian workers. These were the so-called economists. They declared that the workers should be called upon to wage only an economic struggle against their employers. As for the political struggle, that was the affair of the liberal bourgeoisie, to whom the leadership of the political struggle was left. They were the first group of compromisers and opportunists within the ranks of the Marxist organizations in Russia. Lenin identified this opportunist group with the Bernstein revisionists, and, after his return in 1900 from Siberia, with sledgehammer blows, he routed it. During this historic controversy, Lenin, in his book, What Is to Be Done, composed the most profound analysis of trade unionism ever written. Still another major deviation within Russian Marxist ranks in these crucial formative years was that of the legal Marxists, led by Peter Struve and others. This group cut out the very core of Marxism, namely the doctrine of the proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. They strove to subordinate and adapt the working class movement to the interests of bourgeois society, to the interests of the bourgeoisie. Relentlessly, Lenin tore into this petty bourgeois tendency and broke up its following, such as it was among the workers. The legal Marxists, what was left of them, eventually went over outright to the Octoberists and Constitutional Democrats, the main parties of the capitalists in the 1917 revolution. During these intense and profound ideological struggles, Lenin quickly came forward as the main spokesman of Russian Marxism, early outstripping the former leader, Plekhanov. It was then, too, that Lenin wrote several of his famous books and pamphlets, laying the foundations of communism in Russia, including Development of Capitalism in Russia, What the Friends of the People Are, and How They Fight Against the Social Democrats, What is to be Done, and the Tasks of the Russian Social Democrats. The first attempt to establish the party on a national scale took place in 1898 while Lenin was in Siberian exile. 9 Marxists met in Minsk in March of that year and set up the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party at an underground convention. In the face of the existing Tsarist terrorism, however, the effort did not prosper. Immediately after the convention, the Central Committee members were all arrested. The new organization, with no concrete program or constitution and with but few members, did not succeed in establishing definite bonds. Among the widely scattered Marxist groups, the party did not actually get established until 5 years later. The birth of Bolshevism, London, 1903. The London Convention, which founded the party, met in the midst of a rising wave of mass struggle in Russia. There was an industrial crisis, which largely crippled the industries between 1901 to 1903, and there were big strikes in many parts of the country. These strikes, constantly becoming broader and more revolutionary in tone, were met with brutal violence from the Tsar's government. During 1902, the movement spread to the peasants, and they set fire to the landlords' mansions and seized their lands. Students also became involved, and militant demonstrations took place in many universities. Russia was building up to the revolution of 1905. Lenin laid solid preparations for the construction of the party in London. He led in the establishment of the journal Iskra. He published his famous book, What is to be Done, and he led a broad educational campaign among the various Marxist groups. Already in this preliminary work, Lenin gave a clear picture of the disciplined vanguard party that was to be built. The Congress opened on July 30th, 1903 in Brussels, but owing to police persecution, it had to be moved to London. There were 43 delegates representing 26 organizations. The Iskraists had some 24 solid supporters. Lenin, Plekhanov, Martov, Axelrod, Zasulich, and Trotsky were present. Stalin was not there, being in Siberian exile. The opposition opposed the introduction into the program of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which no other party in the Second International specifically endorsed. They also opposed including the right of self-determination and the formulation of demands for the peasantry. The program had both minimum, immediate, and maximum ultimate demands. Lenin, with the cooperation of Plekhanov, beat back the opposition, and the revolutionary Iskra program was adopted. The central fight took place over the party constitution. Around this organizational question, the two opposing political currents in the convention took shape. Lenin's plan, supported then by Plekhanov, provided that one could be a member of the party who accepted its program, supported it financially, and belonged to one of its basic organizations, whereas Martov, supported among others by Trotsky, wanted a broad, amorphous organization. To be a member, all one needed was to accept the program and support the party financially, actual membership and activity not being necessary. The difference was that Lenin wanted a fighting revolutionary party, a strong vanguard party, whereas the opposition strove for a loose, undisciplined organization on the opportunist, social, democratic model of the West. Lenin could not make his conception fully prevail at the Congress, but when it came to the election of a central committee and editors for the Iskra, Lenin's group prevailed. It was in this vote in the elections that the two factions acquired their historic names of Bolsheviks, majority, and Mensheviks, minority. After the convention, the factional fight became intense, and by January 1905, the party was split, each group having its own central body and press. During this struggle, Lenin produced his famous book on party program and organization, One Step Forward, Two Steps Back. He led the Bolsheviks, while Martov, with increasing help from Plekhanov and Trotsky, led the Mensheviks. The International intervenes. In line with the decision of the Second International at Amsterdam in 1904 that only one party from each country could be affiliated, the International Socialist Bureau intervened in the Russian party split with the avowed aim of establishing unity. In February 1905, a proposition was adopted in the ISB to set up an arbitration committee headed by Babel to consider the Russian situation. This amounted to letting the German party settle the Russian factional fight. The Mensheviks accepted the proposal and nominated Kautsky and Clara Zytkin as their representatives. Lenin, however, refused to agree, stating that the issue was a matter of principle and therefore a question for a party congress rather than for an arbitration committee to dispose of. This whole incident was important, chiefly as showing how little Lenin's position was understood or accepted by the lefts, Babel, Kautsky, and others, in the International at this time. In Die Neue Zeit, the chief weekly of the German Social Democracy, Rosa Luxemburg wrote unsympathetically of Lenin's group, and Kautsky, the editor of the paper, refused to publish Lenin's side of the controversy. Protesting against such treatment, Lenin declared that Luxemburg's article extolled disorganization and treachery and condemned Kautsky's action as, quote, an attempt to muffle our voice in the German social democratic press by such an unheard of rude and a mechanical device as the boycott of the pamphlet, end quote. Kautsky declared that if he had been present at the Second Congress, London 1903, he would have voted for Martov against Lenin. The development of the revolution in Russia brought the futile party unity negotiations to an end. The International had no inkling of the tremendous political significance of the crystallization of the Bolshevik movement in Russia. Lenin's party of the new type meant the shaping of a strong turn away from the opportunist, infected parties of the West, which were increasingly forgetting the principles and perspectives of Marx, and toward the beginning of a truly revolutionary party based firmly upon the elementary principles laid down in the Communist Manifesto. This was, in fact, the seed corn of a new and better international, which the revolutionary course of events eventually was to bring to fruition. The victory of Lenin's group in Russian Marxist circles was, with the years, to have profound effects, not only within the Second International, but throughout the entire world. Chapter 21, The Russian Revolution of 1905. The Russo-Japanese War, 1904 to 1905, was an imperialist clash between two great rival powers striving to dismember and to occupy the northern areas of China, Manchuria. Anticipating the Pearl Harbor pattern, Japan struck first without declaring war, inflicting crippling damage upon the Russian fleet at Port Arthur on February 8th, 1904. This was the first of a series of naval and military disasters for Tsar Nicholas II's forces. Incompetent, corrupt, arrogant, the Russian high command suffered one blow after another. Port Arthur was lost in December 1904. A crushing defeat was suffered at Mukden in February 1905, where, of 300,000 Russian troops, 120,000 were killed, wounded, or missing. In May 1905, the Russian fleet was wiped out at the Battle of Tsushima, and on August 23, 1905, under the chairmanship of President Theodore Roosevelt, the peace treaty was signed in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, stripping Russia of Port Arthur, southern Sakhalin, its Korean sphere of influence, and the whole of southern Manchuria. It was a disastrous defeat for Russian imperialism. The rising revolutionary wave. From the outset, the Russian workers had no taste for this reactionary imperialist war. They were already in a revolutionary mood, which was greatly accentuated by the brutal slaughter of the war and by the criminal actions of the Tsar's government and field officers who sent half-starved, half-armed troops in to be butchered ruthlessly. The bitter tragedy of the war added to overflowing to the cup of misery of the oppressed people, and they replied with the Great Revolution of 1905. This began even while the war was going on. It was the first example of transforming an imperialist war into a people's revolution. The historic movement started with a series of strikes. These were headed mainly, but not exclusively, by the Bolshevik wing of the party. In December of 1904, a big Bolshevik-led strike of oil workers developed in Baku. It resulted in a victory and a collective agreement for the workers, something unheard of previously in Russia. Quote, "The Baku strike," end quote, says Stalin, quote, "was the signal for the glorious actions in January and February all over Russia," end quote. Many other strikes developed, chief among them the January strike in the biggest metal works of St. Petersburg, the Pudilov shops, a party stronghold. The strike quickly spread all over the city. There, one of the most tragic events in Russian labor history took place, the Bloody Sunday Massacre before the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg on January 9, 1905. The peaceful demonstration of 140,000 persons was led by the priest Gapon, who had secret police connections. The Bolsheviks warned the workers that the Tsar's officers would order the troops to fire upon them, but nevertheless, the demonstration went ahead. The masses' petition demanded amnesty, civic liberty, normal wages, the land to be gradually transferred to the people, convocation of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal and equal suffrage. As the party had warned, the Tsar turned his guns against the unarmed masses, with the result that more than 1,000 were killed and 2,000 wounded in a horrible butchery. The Tsar hoped by this frightfulness to crush the general strike in St. Petersburg and also to terrorize the workers all over Russia, but it had just the reverse effect. A great cry of outrage went up from the Russian masses, in fact from labor, all over the world. The revolutionary movement, instead of being extinguished, blazed up with vastly greater vigor. Strikes broke out in many parts of the country. During January, 440,000 workers struck, or more than in the previous 10 years. The revolution had begun. During the next several months, as the war against Japan still went on, the strike movement spread into all the industrial centers. Lenin says that in this revolutionary year there were some 2,800,000 strikers, or twice the total number of workers. In Lodz, Poland, the workers built barricades in the streets and fought off the troops, and in Ivanovo-Voznesensk, an important textile center, the workers, in a long, fiercely fought strike, set up a council of representatives, which was actually one of the first Soviets of workers' deputies in Russia. The revolutionary movement also spread to the peasantry. Lenin states that during the autumn of 1905, quote, "the peasants burned down no less than 2,000 estates, and distributed among themselves the provisions that the predatory nobility had robbed from the people," end quote. Among various of the oppressed nationalities, revolutionary sentiment also flared up. Students tore up the Tsar's pictures and the Russian schoolbooks, and they shouted to the government officials, "Go back to Russia." Polish pupils demanded a Soviet. Sensational was the revolt of the battleship Prince Potemkin in the Black Sea in June. The other warships of the fleet refused to fire upon the rebellious crew. Finally, however, running out of coal and provisions, the Potemkin had to steam to Romania and surrender there. Frightened at the growing revolution, the Tsar, on August 19th, conceded a Duma of the Empire to the Russian people. Based on a crassly unjust system of class voting, this was to be a sort of advisory parliament, and its political purpose was to divert the rising revolutionary current into harmless parliamentary channels. It was the time-honored Bismarckian device of ruling classes who, finding themselves unable to rule solely by violence, also made use of pseudo-political concessions. Two tactics, Menshevik and Bolshevik. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party grew rapidly in the great mass upheaval. Quote, "The hundreds of revolutionary Social Democrats," end quote, said Lenin, quote, "suddenly grew into thousands," end quote. But the party was split not formally, but actually, into Menshevik and Bolshevik sections. In order to secure some degree of united action, the Bolsheviks tried to bring the Mensheviks into the party convention in London in April 1905, but the latter refused, and instead held their own convention in Geneva. As a result, two conflicting political lines were developed. The disputes between the two groups over organizational questions emerged, as Lenin well understood beforehand, as sharply varying political programs of action. The Mensheviks understood the current struggle in Russia to be simply a bourgeois revolution of the old style. Therefore, according to them, the bourgeoisie had to lead it. The role of the working class was to support the bourgeoisie in overthrowing Tsarist absolutism, but in so doing it must not engage in revolutionary activities on its own account, as this would frighten the bourgeoisie into the arms of the feudal ultra-reaction. The peasantry they wrote off as non-revolutionary, a viewpoint shared by Trotsky. Plekhanov said that, quote, "Apart from the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, we perceive no social forces in our country in which oppositional or revolutionary combinations might find support," end quote. The Menshevik perspective after victory was for a long developmental period of Russian capitalism, with the prospect of socialism being shoved away off into the dim future, presumably to await some distant time when the workers would quietly vote themselves into power. The Bolsheviks also understood the developing revolution to be bourgeois in character, but at this point their agreement with the Mensheviks ceased. The proceedings of the London Convention of the party, and also Lenin's great book, Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, written shortly after the convention, attacked the Menshevik position at all decisive points and developed a basically different analysis and program. Lenin made it clear that the bourgeoisie could not and would not firmly lead the revolution. Afraid of the working class, it would tend to compromise with Tsarism as it did. Therefore, the working class must lead. Lenin also saw in the peasantry a powerful revolutionary ally as it was, which would march under the general leadership of the proletariat. Lenin envisioned a fundamentally different revolutionary perspective, not the establishment of a classical type bourgeois government and then a decades-long indefinite period before socialism would be introduced, such as was previously the widespread social democratic belief, but the immediate setting up of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. This, although still within the framework of capitalism, would have the objective of a relatively rapid transition to a socialist regime. Said Lenin, quote, "From the democratic revolution we shall at once, and according to the degree of our strength, the strength of the class-conscious and organized proletariat, begin to pass over to the socialist revolution. We stand for continuous revolution. We shall not stop halfway," end quote. Contrary to the Mensheviks, Lenin understood clearly that the revolution could be victorious only through armed struggle. This was the sole effective answer that the workers and peasants could make to brutal Tsarist autocrats who had replied with Bloody Sunday to the peaceful demands of the people. The pacifist illusions of the Mensheviks in this respect were highlighted by Plekhanov's revealing and treacherous remark after the defeat of the December uprising, quote, "They should not have taken up arms," end quote. Lenin's general revolutionary line, based fundamentally upon principles laid down long before by Marx, represented in the conditions of modern imperialism a new program. It was basically opposed to the general theories and policies prevalent throughout the Second International, of which the Russian Menshevik program was typically representative. Lenin's was the broad revolutionary path along which the Russian workers and peasants in November 1917 were to march to victory over the ruins of Tsarism and capitalism, and which was to open new perspectives to the workers of the whole world. The high tide of the revolution and reaction. During the fall of 1905, the revolution took on great impetus. In October, a general strike of railroad workers swept the country. This strike was joined by hosts of workers in other industries, also by government employees, students, and intellectuals. About 1,500,000 workers struck. In the center of the strikes was the demand for the 8-hour day. Peasant uprisings multiplied in large sections of the country, national revolts began to take shape, and scattered mutinies occurred in the army and in the navy. The Bolshevik slogan of the political mass strike had come into reality. Crook calls it, quote, "the greatest political mass strike that the world had known," end quote. Soviets of workers' deputies in many instances, including peasants, sprang up in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and many other cities and towns. On October 17th, the Tsar issued another manifesto to the people, this time promising them political reforms and a legislative Duma. The Bolsheviks had boycotted his first consultative Duma proposal. They also boycotted this second one. Footnote: Lenin later called this second boycott a mistake, as the revolution by then was on the downgrade, the first boycott being justified by the fact that the revolutionary wave was then rising. End of footnote. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, who did not want to overthrow Tsarism by uprising, but to reform and improve it, fell right into line with the Duma plans of the Tsar. The Mensheviks sank into the morass of compromise and became vehicles of the bourgeois influence on the working class, virtual agents of the bourgeoisie within the working class. The climax of the revolution was the December 1905 uprising in Moscow. Lenin had returned to Russia in November, remaining in hiding from the Tsar's police. The party issued a call for an armed uprising. The political strike had grown into insurrection. The call met with wide support among the masses, but with determined opposition from the Mensheviks and other opportunists. Trotsky, Parvis, and others, leading the St. Petersburg Soviet, the most important of all, kept that body from responding to the call for armed struggle. Footnote: Parvis became a German agent in World War I. End of footnote. On December 20th, the insurrection began in Moscow. Barricades quickly spread over the city, and for 9 days, a heroic but losing struggle was conducted in the face of the Tsar's overwhelming armed forces. There were uprisings also in Krasnoyarsk, Perm, Novorossiysk, Sermovo, Sevastopol, and Kronstadt, but they were all crushed. During 1906 and 1907, the strike wave continued, but on a diminishing scale. The crest of the revolution had passed. On June 3, 1907, the Tsar dissolved the Duma, and the reaction under Premier Stolypin formally set in. What was left of the freedom won in 1905 was ruthlessly abolished. But the Russian working class soon recovered from its defeat. Despite severe terrorism and repression already by 1912, the workers were again on the advance with broad strikes and political struggles, but this time they were developing a cumulative strength that was able to carry them through to ultimate victory. There were various elementary reasons why the revolution of 1905 failed. Among them were the lack of a stable alliance between the workers and the peasants, the disinclination of a large section of the peasants to fight for the overthrow of Tsardom, and the help received by the Tsar's government politically and financially, 2 billion rubles, from the Western imperialist powers. But the most important factor in the defeat was the political split in the party itself, with the Mensheviks sabotaging every phase of the struggle. Lenin called the 1905 revolution a dress rehearsal for the Great November Revolution of 1917, and a part of that dress rehearsal was that the right-wing Social Democrats had their apprenticeship in counter-revolution. The International and the Revolution. The 1905 revolution produced far-reaching repercussions throughout the world of labor. It also had a deep influence upon the oppressed peoples of the Middle and Far East, as the oncoming national liberation revolutions in China, Persia, and Turkey were soon to make clear. Capitalist circles all over the world also were deeply shocked by the great upheaval. Never since the days of the Paris Commune had they seen socialism thus staring them in the face, but this time it was on a vastly broader and more threatening scale. The whole capitalist system felt the great earthquake shock. One of the pronounced effects of the revolution was to speed up the ideological differentiation within the labor movement, in the light of the powerful attempt of the Russian toilers to overthrow Tsarist absolutism. Theoretical disputes between the various groupings took on real flesh and blood. From this period on, the internal tendencies and groupings became definitely more marked. The right became more conscious and aggressive. The center began to assume more concrete shape and to veer more to the right, and the left started to feel its way toward a definite program and organization. The revolution developed a host of urgent lessons for the international movement. It made clear many vital questions: the application of the armed insurrection under modern conditions, the methods and results of the mass political strike, the relation between the bourgeoisie and the socialist revolutions, the role of Soviets as the base of the future society, the indispensability of a solid, disciplined Marxist party, the treacherous role of the Mensheviks, the anarchists, and the social revolutionaries. It was fundamental that these elementary lessons be brought home to the workers of the world. The left wing, and to some extent the center, tried to do this. Lenin wrote voluminously and brilliantly on the revolution. Rosa Luxemburg said that the labor movement would be many years in absorbing the basic lessons that the great struggle had to teach. The right opportunists, however, understood from the start that at all costs they had to keep from the workers the real message of the revolution, so for the most part their discussion of the great upheaval was confined to pouring out glowing praises in public speeches for the heroism of the Russian workers. The 1905 revolution belongs more to the tradition of the First and Third Internationals than to that of the Second International. The right opportunists were especially anxious to keep from the workers in the West the tremendous significance of the Russian workers taking up arms. They had thought that by the distortion of Engels' article, see chapter 16, they had forever done away with this most inconvenient question. They took refuge in Plekhanov's treacherous comment, quote, "They should not have taken up arms," end quote, and they undertook and largely succeeded in brushing aside the whole matter on the basis that such a resort to armed struggle, a sign of the feudal primitiveness of Russia, could not take place in the Western capitalist countries where the workers generally had the franchise. The revisionists were thus able to blur over the validity of the traditional revolutionary weapon, the insurrection, which the workers had learned side by side with the petty bourgeoisie in many revolutions, but they could not, however, fully obscure the significance of that great, modern revolutionary weapon developed by the workers themselves, the general strike. The question of the political mass strike. Throughout the life of the First and Second Internationals, there had been an insistent demand, which was raised at almost every Congress, to endorse the use of the general strike, usually as a means to fight war or as the road to the revolution, but sometimes also as a means to win the vote for the workers. However, the proposition was generally voted down, except in the 1868 Congress of the First International, when it was adopted as an anti-war measure. In later years, the right-wing opportunists and revisionists outdid themselves in proving how, under any and all circumstances, the general strike was an impossibility. They argued that it was wrong in principle. General strikes in various European countries since 1900, but especially in the Revolution of 1905, knocked this nonsense into a cocked hat. With their huge mass political strikes, the Russian Bolsheviks had demonstrated, beyond any doubt, the great power of this elementary weapon as one of the highest forms of the workers' struggle. Consequently, sentiment for the mass strike spread rapidly in many countries. Rosa Luxemburg especially championed it in the Second International in Vienna in October 1905. When the news reached there of the great Russian strikes, the Social Democratic Party, then in convention, adjourned and prepared for an immediate mass strike. Mass demonstrations began, and on November 28th, the industries all over Austria were paralyzed by a solid walkout demonstration. Barricades were erected in Prague. The central demand was for universal suffrage. In January 1907, after stalling the issue as long as possible, the vote was granted by the government under the threat of a still broader general strike. In the spring elections of that year, the Austrian party got over 1 million votes and its parliamentary representation increased from 11 to 87. The issue of the mass strike came to a head in the German Social Democracy, the basic organization of the Second International. The question was to knock out the class system of voting and to establish the universal, direct, secret, and equal suffrage. Thus, in Prussia, in the 1903 elections, the socialists polled 314,149 votes, and the conservatives 324,137. But the conservatives got 143 representatives, and the socialists got none. The revisionist leaders promptly saw the great danger the proposition of the political mass strike held for their whole program of class collaboration, and they resolved to kill it by any means. Already in May 1905, the Legion leaders of organized labor at their trade union convention in Cologne sharply condemned the general strike. They knew the question was later to be passed upon by the convention of the party, and they undertook to predetermine the latter's action. The resolution overwhelmingly adopted said, quote, "The Congress considers that the general strike as it is portrayed by the anarchists and other people, without any expression in the sphere of economic struggle, is unworthy of discussion. It warns the working class against neglecting its day-to-day work by the acceptance and dissemination of such ideas." End quote. The Social Democratic Party Congress met in Jena in September 1905. Babel made a report on the mass political strike, presenting it as a defensive weapon. Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin, and others on the left made vigorous Marxist speeches for the political strike. The center wobbled on the question, but the right wing made an all-out offensive against it. Legion, David, and other opportunists denounced the general strike as general nonsense, asserted that in any case it was impossible, and declared that it constituted the revolution itself. The convention, however, voted overwhelmingly in the sense of Babel's report, adopting a resolution which gave a limited endorsement of the mass political strike as follows, quote, "In the event of an attack on the universal, equal, direct, and secret franchise or on the right of association, it is the duty of the whole working class to use every means which is appropriate to ward off the attack. The Party Congress considers that one of the most effective means of preventing such a political crime against the working class or of winning rights which are essential to their emancipation is the widest possible use of mass cessation of work." End quote. The contrary actions of the National Trade Union and party conventions, one condemning the general strike and the other endorsing it, thus created a crisis in the German labor movement. It was the climax of the tug-of-war that had been developing for several years between the authority of the unions and that of the party, or more concretely, between the clique of reactionary bureaucrats who were controlling the already powerful trade unions and the group of more radically inclined petty bourgeois intellectuals who were dominating the party. A way was found out of this impasse by holding a secret conference at Mannheim in February 1906 between the Central Committee of the party and the General Commission of the Trade Unions, at which the party leaders agreed not only to abandon their project for mass political strikes, but also to accept the trade unions' leaders' ultimatum that the matter could not even be discussed in the ranks of labor unions. Babel organized this surrender. The surrender of the Babel-Kautsky party leadership to the opportunist trade union bureaucrats marked a tragic milestone in the history of the German social democracy. It enormously strengthened the position of the right wing and weakened that of the center and left groups. The opportunist trade union leaders became dominant in the party. Illustrative of the type of leadership then in the party, the Reichstag representatives from 1903 to 1906 consisted of the following: 13 intellectuals and bourgeois, 15 petty bourgeois, 54 of proletarian origin, most of whom were high trade union officials. The 1906 debacle largely laid the basis for the lineup of revisionist leadership that was to mislead the German working class to overwhelming disaster a decade later in the First Great World War. Chapter 22. Colonialism and War. Stuttgart, 1907. The 7th Congress of the Second International was held at Stuttgart in August 1907, the first of such world congresses of labor ever to take place in Germany. In attendance were some 1,000 delegates, a number which was in striking contrast to the tiny congresses held by the First International a generation before. The reports to the Congress showed a continuous and rapid growth of the workers' organizations in many countries. Parties, trade unions, cooperatives, and an atmosphere of enthusiasm prevailed. A demonstration of 50,000 workers opened the Congress. The whole labor world focused its attention upon this important international gathering. Since the meeting of the Second International in Amsterdam in 1904, the tremendous political fact of the Russian Revolution had taken place, but the opportunist leaders of the International, as Lenz remarks, did not want the Congress to pay too much attention to this great event, for it was packed with explosive lessons. So in their speeches they confined themselves mostly to glowing praise for the heroism of the Russian workers and to easy general pledges of solidarity with them. A highly significant feature of the Stuttgart Congress was that Lenin attended it as the head of the Russian delegation. His standing was not great among the well-known world figures who led the Congress and who generally looked upon him as a leftist extremist, bred of the special Russian situation. The colonial question. One of the basic questions handled by the Congress was that of the colonies. During the previous 30 years, all the major powers had helped themselves to vast stretches of territory, as we have remarked earlier, and they had set up the most atrocious systems of oppression and exploitation among the populations. These powers were now quarreling ominously over their colonies, and colonialism had become an urgent political question. Notoriously, the right social democrats in all countries either openly or covertly supported or conciliated the colonial policy of their national imperialist bourgeoisies. The trade union bureaucrats also were not slow to observe that the capitalists, to win the acquiescence of organized labor, were not averse to sharing with the skilled labor aristocracy some crumbs of the rich super profits wrung from the colonial peoples. The petty bourgeoisie also shared in the prosperity bred of the looting of the colonies, and the social democratic intellectuals reflected this fact. Despite the occasional protests of Marxists, the labor movement in England was no serious obstacle to the seizure of an immense empire by Great Britain during the last half of the 19th century. Most of the top trade union leaders of the period raised no objection to the overrunning of backward lands by the great powers, particularly by their own country. Cole and Postgate said of the Fabians, quote, "Many of the Fabians, especially Bernard Shaw, were not without a touch of the imperialist spirit. Shaw, for example, intensely disliked small nations and backward peoples as obstacles to the onward march of civilization, and was inclined to regard the British Empire as a potentially civilizing force." End quote. Generally, revisionist social democrats in Germany, France, Belgium, Holland, and other imperialist lands held views akin to Shaw's, although usually they were not so frank in expressing them. Nor were some left-wingers entirely free from such illusions. Imperialist tendencies were no less crass in labor's ranks in the United States. At first, the Gompers trade union oligarchy made some protest against the American seizure of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines in the Spanish-American imperialist war of 1898, but they soon subsided and became ready for any imperialist adventure on the part of the super-arrogant monopolists. Kipnis thus sums up the attitude of American socialist policy at the time regarding imperialism. Quote, "To the Social Democrats of both parties, SP and SLP, imperialism was no issue at all. They held it was a bone of contention between large and small capitalists, but of no concern to the working class. Since the workers could buy back only half of what they produced, and since capitalists could not consume all of the other half, the great trusts were forced to seek markets abroad." End quote. Commenting on a statement by Chauncey Depew that the United States had only 5% of the markets in the Orient and needed 50%, Eugene V. Debs, left-wing leader, in a speech on September 29, 1900, remarked, quote, "The getting of the other 45% constitutes the white man's burden at the present time." End quote. Characteristically, the American socialist movement almost completely ignored the long-continued shocking persecution of the Negro people in the United States. The debate on the colonial question was immediately precipitated at the Congress by the recent experience of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, the Reichstag faction, in 1904, in protest against the butchery of the Hereros in southwest Africa by German troops, had withheld their vote from the war credits, later voting against them. As a result of petty bourgeois defections in the ensuing national elections of 1906, the party, although it gained some 250,000 votes, all told, lost 38 seats. The right-wing leaders therefore concluded that the time was ripe for them to work out a socialist colonial policy which would in the future prevent such unfortunate clashes with the imperialists over the colonial question. To this end, the matter was put on the agenda of the Congress at Stuttgart. Accordingly, the Stuttgart Congress Commission, under the leadership of the notorious Dutch revisionist von Kohl, adopted a resolution in which these passages occurred. Quote, "The Congress declares that the usefulness or the necessity of the colonies in general, and particularly to the working class, is greatly exaggerated. It does not, however, reject colonial policy in principle and for all time, for under a socialist regime it may work in the interests of civilization." End quote. The effect of this conception, of course, would have been formal recognition of imperialism. As it was, the Second International parties were doing little or nothing to fight colonialism, especially not in the colonies themselves, and this resolution would have made things even worse. The left and center in the Congress, however, militantly rejected the crass opportunism of the Commission and struck out the offending paragraph on socialist colonialism. Genkin and Fisher remark that, quote, the voting on the paragraph containing this statement revealed the interesting fact that a majority of the delegations from large countries possessing colonies and all the delegates of the small colonial powers favored retention of the paragraph, end quote. The Congress, nevertheless, by a vote of 127 to 108, footnote, in this Congress, for the first time, the various parties were prorated delegates, from 2 for the smallest parties to 20 for the largest, end of footnote, adopted the amended resolution, endorsing the previous resolutions of 1900 and 1904, and condemning outright capitalist colonial policy, but set no definite perspective for the independent development of the more backward peoples, industrially and politically. This was a defeat for the revisionists, but of course, they did not let it interfere with their opportunist practices. Anti-militarism and anti-war. The high point of the Stuttgart Congress was its action against the growing war danger. Already the premonitory rumblings of a great European war were to be heard, and the workers everywhere were deeply concerned. The several big powers were beginning to pile up armaments, and they were increasingly colliding with each other. In 1899, the Hague Peace Tribunal, forerunner of the League of Nations, was set up, but it was obviously unable to compose the sharp differences among the imperialist governments. The Algeciras Conference in 1906 had also failed to achieve a definite agreement between Germany and France on the Moroccan question. 4 resolutions against war, 3 of them from the French delegation, came before the Congress. The most significant were by Bebel and Gustav Herve. Bebel's resolution, couched in vague terms, followed the traditional line of the Second International on the question. It was so general in terms that even the extreme right wing rallied enthusiastically to its support, to Bebel's embarrassment. The second resolution, presented by Herve in the name of a fraction of the French delegation. Herve, an intellectual and a dabbler in syndicalism, was a noted opponent of patriotism in all its forms. Although he eventually supported World War I, his resolution demanded that, quote, in view of the diplomatic notes which threaten the peace of Europe from all sides, the Congress calls upon all comrades to answer any declaration of war, no matter from what side it is made, with the military strike and with insurrection, end quote. The discussion of the several resolutions exposed the great amount of confusion and opportunism prevailing in the International on the general question of the struggle against war. Bebel incorrectly believed that it was possible to determine which country was the aggressor on the basis of who fired the first shot. Affairs, said he, are no longer in such shape when the threads of war catastrophe are hidden to educated and observing students of politics. Closet diplomacy has ceased to be. Herve made no distinction between just and unjust wars, but condemned all alike. The Juarez-Villant position had in it the elements of the patriotic defense of the bourgeois fatherland, as also did that of the notorious revisionists of Germany, Austria, and other countries. Lenin intervened in the question. Like Marx, Lenin did not believe that a general strike was sufficient to combat war. He declared that imperialist war could only be successfully countered by proletarian revolution. Consequently, he and Rosa Luxemburg formulated an amendment to this effect to the Bebel resolution, which Rosa Luxemburg, in the name of the Russian and Polish delegations, presented to the sub-commission. Martov also signed the proposal. Bebel insisted that the wording be toned down sharply, as otherwise it would result in the dissolution of the German social democratic organizations by the government. But the heart of the proposal remained. The Lenin-Luxemburg Amendment expressed the policies followed by the Bolsheviks during the Russo-Japanese War, and it laid down the line of future revolutionary struggle against imperialist war. As Lenz remarks, it, quote, gave Bebel's ambiguous resolution a clear revolutionary character, end quote. The amendment, which in substance proposed to counter the threatening imperialist war with a fight for socialism, comprised the last 2 italicized paragraphs of this famous resolution, which is included below in full. The resolution, after considerable debate, was adopted by acclamation. This action was another example of unprincipled voting on the part of the right-wingers. Certainly these opportunists, as they were soon to demonstrate, had nothing in common with Lenin's revolutionary proposal, but they voted for it nevertheless. Erva acidly noted this fact, stating that the, quote, Babel and Volmar speeches in the commission were black, whereas the resolution is white, end quote. He said that in view of this gross contradiction, it would be appropriate for the German delegation to give the Congress a pledge that they really intended to carry out the resolution. In presenting the resolution to the Congress, Rosa Luxemburg argued that the amendment went beyond the views of Jaurès and Vaillant in contending that, quote, in case of war, the agitation should be directed not merely toward the termination of war, but also toward utilizing the war to hasten the overthrow of class rule in general, end quote. She also pointed out that, quote, the Russian Revolution sprang up not merely as the result of the war, it has also served to put an end to the war, end quote. Lenin, in later commenting on the anti-war resolution, criticized Erva's mechanical approach to all wars, pointing out the necessity to distinguish revolutionary wars, and he said, quote, this struggle must consist in substituting not merely peace for war, but socialism for capitalism. It is not a matter of preventing the outbreak of war, but a matter of utilizing the crisis resulting from the war to hasten the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, end quote. He sharply criticized the inadequacies of Babel's resolution. The Stuttgart Resolution. Quote, the Congress ratifies the resolutions against militarism and imperialism adopted by previous international congresses and declares once more that the struggle against militarism cannot be separated from the socialist class struggle in general. Wars between capitalist states generally result from their competitive struggle for world markets, for each state strives not only to assure for itself the markets it already possesses, but also to conquer new ones. In this, the subjugation of foreign peoples and countries comes to play a leading role. Furthermore, these wars are caused by the incessant competition in armaments that characterizes militarism, the chief instrument of bourgeois class rule and of the economic and political subjugation of the working class. Wars are promoted by national prejudices which are systematically cultivated among civilized peoples in the interests of the ruling classes for the purpose of diverting the proletarian masses from their own class problems as well as from their duties of international class solidarity. Hence, wars are part of the very nature of capitalism. They will cease only when the capitalist economic order is abolished or when the number of sacrifices in men and money required by the advance in military technique and the indignation provoked by armaments drive the peoples to abolish this order. For this reason, the working class, which provides most of the soldiers and makes most of the material sacrifices, is the natural opponent of war, for war contradicts its aim, the creation of an economic order on a socialist basis for the purpose of bringing about the solidarity of all peoples. The Congress therefore considers it the duty of the working class, and especially of its representatives in the parliaments, to combat with all their power, naval and military armaments, and to refuse the means for these armaments by pointing out the class nature of bourgeois society and the motive for maintaining national antagonisms. It is also their duty to see to it that the proletarian youth is educated in the spirit of the brotherhood of peoples and of socialism, and is imbued with class consciousness. The Congress sees in the democratic organization of the army, in the substitution of the militia for the standing army, an essential guarantee that all offensive wars will be rendered impossible and the overcoming of national antagonisms facilitated. The International is not able to mold into rigid form the anti-militarist actions of the working class because these actions inevitably vary with differences of national conditions, time, and place, but it is its duty to coordinate and strengthen to the utmost the endeavors of the working class to prevent war. Actually, since the International Congress of Brussels, the proletariat, while struggling indefatigably against militarism by refusing all means for navy and military armament, and by endeavoring to democratize military organizations, has resorted with increasing emphasis and success to the most diverse forms of action so as to prevent the outbreak of wars or to put a stop to them, as well as to utilize the disturbances of society caused by war for the emancipation of the working class. This was evidenced by the agreement concluded after the Fachada incident by the English and French trade unions for the maintenance of peace and for the restoration of friendly relations between England and France, by the conduct of the Social Democratic parties in the German and French parliaments during the Moroccan crisis, by the demonstrations conducted by the French and German socialists for the same purpose, by the joint action of the socialists in Austria and Italy, who met in Trieste for the purpose of thwarting the conflict between these two countries, further, by the emphatic intervention of the socialist workers of Sweden for the purpose of preventing an attack upon Norway, and finally by the heroic self-sacrificing struggle of the socialist workers and peasants of Russia and Poland waged against the war unleashed by Tsarism, and then for its early termination, and also for the purpose of utilizing the national crisis for the liberation of the working class. All these endeavors are evidence of the proletariat's growing power and increasing strength to render secure the maintenance of peace by means of resolute intervention. This action of the working class will be all the more successful if its spirit is prepared by similar actions, and the workers' parties of the various countries are spurred on and consolidated by the international. The Congress is convinced that, under pressure exerted by the proletariat and by the serious use of courts of arbitration instead of the pitiful measures adopted by the governments, the benefit derived from disarmament can be assured to all nations and will enable them to employ for cultural purposes the enormous expenditures of money and energy, which are now swallowed up by military armaments and war. Beginning of Amendment. If a war threatens to break out, it is the duty of the working class and of its parliamentary representatives in the country involved, supported by the consolidating activity of the International Socialist Bureau, to exert every effort to prevent the outbreak of war by means they consider most effective, which naturally vary according to the accentuation of the class struggle and of the general political situation. Should war break out nonetheless, it is their duty to intervene in favor of its speedy termination and to do all in their power to utilize the economic and political crisis caused by the war to rouse the peoples and thereby to hasten the abolition of capitalist class rule. End quote. American national chauvinism. Many social democratic parties were infected with national chauvinism. The Socialist Party of the United States was a crass example. This showed up in many respects, among others, on the question of immigration. Both the Amsterdam and Stuttgart Congresses dealt with this question mostly at the instance of the American delegations. For many years, in trade union circles, there was a strong agitation going on aimed at cutting off immigration into the United States. This was in line with the monopolistic tendencies of the skilled workers to build walls around their particular crafts. It received its worst expression in the slogan, "The Chinese must go," on the Pacific coast, but it was also largely directed against workers coming into the United States from Europe. The Socialist Party, dominated by petty bourgeois intellectuals and trade union bureaucrats, instead of taking a stand against such reactionary trends, whose stronghold was in the Gompers AF of L bureaucracy, tended to surrender to them. Consequently, at Amsterdam in 1904, on the basis of party instructions, Hilquit and the other American delegates had joined with Verderat and Van Cole of Holland and Thompson of Australia and submitted a resolution broadly implying the exclusion of, quote, backward races, Chinese, Negroes, etc., end quote. De Leon blasted this, and upon its obviously meeting no favor among the delegates, it was tactfully withdrawn. Undeterred, the American delegation, again headed by Hilquit, came back to the Stuttgart Congress 3 years later with another resolution of the same type, proposing to exclude immigrants, quote, who are incapable of assimilation with the working men of the country of their adoption, end quote. Meanwhile, in the American Socialist Party, chauvinist leaders such as Victor Berger and Ernest Untermann were openly carrying on an exclusionist campaign. The Stuttgart Congress rejected the American proposals and adopted a sound resolution on the immigration question. While condemning the importation of contract labor, the resolution also repudiated all measures aimed at restricting the freedom of immigration on racial or national grounds. It proposed to protect national living standards of workers by organizing the immigrants and seeing to it that they got equal economic and political rights. The fact in the United States was, of course, that the foreign-born, making up 30 to 75% of the workers in the basic industries, were always to be found in the front ranks of the workers fighting to improve wages and working conditions, to build the trade unions, and to establish a strong Marxist political party. For over half a century, the Marxist movement in the United States rested upon the shoulders of foreign-born workers. The action of the Stuttgart Congress in rejecting their proposed exclusion of immigrants greatly incensed the chauvinist opportunists among the leaders of the American Socialist Party. Kipnis thus describes their general reaction, quote, "The right wing and sections of the center and left were outraged at the Stuttgart resolution. Victor Berger immediately denounced the American delegates to the Congress, Hillquit, Algernon Lee, and A.M. Simons as a group of intellectuals who had betrayed the American proletariat by permitting the passage of a resolution which would admit Jap and Chinaman coolies into the United States. If we are ever to have socialism in America and Canada, said Berger, we must keep them white men's countries." This was quite in line with the party's even more disgraceful tolerance of Jim Crow lynching and other outrages against the Negro people in the United States. Debs vehemently protested against the exclusionist attitude of the party. Chapter 23. The Copenhagen Congress, 1910. Copenhagen was the scene of the 8th Congress of the Second International beginning on August 28th. 1910. The delegates met in a situation where military armaments were being greatly increased and the war danger had obviously grown more acute during the 3 years since the previous Congress in Stuttgart. Hence, once again, the fateful question of what to do in case war should break out, and also how, in the meantime, to fight against the growth of militarism, occupied the attention of the Parliament of the Socialists. A further characteristic of the current unsettled situation was an increase in struggle among the peoples of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. A deep ferment was beginning to work among the Indian and Chinese peoples, and there had just been revolutions in Turkey and Persia, the latter aimed against Tsarist Russian imperialism. To support such movements was remote from the intentions of the right-wing leaders of the Second International, so they contented themselves merely with sending perfunctory telegrams of congratulations to the fighters in Turkey and Persia. The anti-war resolution. The advocates of the general strike as a panacea against war, as usual, raised their point, but this time stronger than ever. Keir Hardie of England joined with Vaillant of France in submitting an amendment to the proposed resolution, reading as follows, quote, "The Congress considers the general strike of workers, especially in the industries which provide war supplies, weapons, munitions, transport, etc., and also active agitation among the people when conducted by extreme methods, to be the most effective of all means which should be used to prevent wars." End quote. The movement for the general strike against war had been strengthened by recent events in Spain. On July 26, 1909, the workers of Barcelona, to emphasize their economic demands and to protest against the reactionary Spanish war in Morocco, called a general strike. This strike, extremely militantly waged, spread far and wide until an estimated 300,000 workers were out. The strike lasted until July 31st, but a second national strike to take place on August 2nd failed to materialize, in the face of police terrorism, with the arrest of the leaders of the Socialist Party and of the anarcho-syndicalist trade unions. Ledebour of Germany made the main fight against the general strike amendment. Although himself a centrist, he used the stock argument of the German revisionists against every form of militancy by the workers, that it would bring down the police on the social democratic organizations, with fatal results. He was doubly emphatic this time, as Karl Liebknecht had been arrested not long since for making an anti-militarist speech. The general strike amendment was defeated in the commission by a vote of 119 to 58, and the whole matter was referred for further study to the International Socialist Bureau. The anti-war resolution finally adopted followed along the basic lines of the Stuttgart resolution, quote, by adhering to the repeatedly expressed duty of the socialist parliamentary representatives to combat armaments with all their strength and to refuse funds for them, the Congress expects these representatives a. continually to reiterate the demand for compulsory international courts of arbitration in all conflicts between states, b. continuously to renew proposals, the ultimate aim of which is a general disarmament and, first and foremost, the convocation of a conference which would limit naval armaments and abolish the right of seizure at sea. C. To demand the abolition of secret diplomacy and the publication of all the existing and future treaties and agreements between the governments. D. To intervene in favor of the people's right of self-determination and their defense against armed attack and forcible repression." End quote. Then followed the two famous Lenin-Luxemburg paragraphs of the Stuttgart Resolution, which called for a fight for socialism in the event of a great war. See Chapter 22. The resolution was adopted by a unanimous vote. Radek of Poland, speaking for the left, opposed the resolution's proposals for armament reduction and international arbitration as fruitless, but supported the resolution on the basis of its revolutionary Lenin-Luxemburg paragraphs. The right wing, as usual, voted for the resolution tongue-in-cheek, certainly having no intention of doing what the resolution proposed, namely, to counter an imperialist war with a socialist revolution. Nationalist trade unionism. The rock upon which the Second International was finally to split was that of bourgeois nationalism. That is, the revisionist leaders controlling the various parties and unions allowed their nationalist prejudices and policies to prevail over the class interests of the workers until they eventually led the movement on to shipwreck in World War I. This alien bourgeois national element ran through all the work of the International and its various congresses. The disastrous weakness came sharply to the fore in Copenhagen in the discussion on the trade union question, concretely in the matter of the nationalist split of the trade union movement in Austria. One of the great achievements of Lenin during these years, with the close collaboration of Stalin, was the working out of a sound proletarian policy in the complex national question. Russia being a multinational state, this was an issue of fundamental importance to the party and the working class in that country. Lenin's solution was based upon two elementary propositions. The first was that all the socialists in Russia, in a true spirit of internationalism, should belong to one social democratic party, and second, that the party and the respective peoples should insist upon the right of self-determination for the oppressed peoples, including the right of separation. This is today the highly successful policy of the Soviet Union, People's China, and other countries now on the way to socialism and communism. The Social Democratic revisionists, at the head of most of the major parties of the Second International, however, being themselves fundamentally nationalist and imperialist, would not accept this revolutionary internationalist solution of the national question. Generally, they did nothing to upset the existing capitalist imperialistic settlement of the national question, but certain centrists worked out also the opportunist proposition of national cultural autonomy for the oppressed peoples within the framework of the existing empires. The chief theoreticians of this thinly disguised imperialistic line were the Austrian leaders Victor Adler, Otto Bauer, and Karl Renner. Austria, a multinational state, was the main scene of application of this theory. The general effects were to split the labor movement, to allow the cultivation of the worst nationalist prejudices among the workers, and to throw the party under the ideological influence of the bourgeois national parties. Stalin thus describes how the theory worked out in practice, quote, "Up to 1896 there was a united Social Democratic Party in Austria. In that year, the Czechs at the International Congress in London first demanded separate representation and got it. In 1897 at the Vienna Wimberg Party Congress, the United Party was formally liquidated, and in its place, a federal league of 6 national social democratic groups was set up. Subsequently, these groups were converted into independent parties. The parties gradually severed contact. The parties were followed by the parliamentary fraction, which also broke up. National clubs were formed. Next came the trade unions, also split along national lines. Even the cooperatives were affected." End quote. In Russia, the Jewish Bund, opportunistically led, tried to apply this same principle of national cultural autonomy, claiming jurisdiction over all Jews in Russia. But the party consistently rejected this disruptive policy. The Copenhagen Congress stressed the need for more solidarity generally on an international scale among the trade unions, and specifically dealing with the Austrian situation. It declared for the unity of the trade union movement in that and every other country, but such declarations were of little avail. The real splitting disease lay in the bourgeois nationalism that affected the leadership of the various parties, and the low level of proletarian internationalism prevailing, and the opportunist leaders were not at all disposed to do anything effective about that. So, the evil continued and grew. Opportunist conceptions of the cooperatives. Another question occupying major attention at the Copenhagen Congress, which once again exposed the deep opportunist currents existing in the Second International related to cooperatives. As we have seen in previous chapters, confusion as to the role of the cooperatives in the class struggle was the basis for many deviations and sectarian movements during the history of the First and Second Internationals. It will be recalled that already the inaugural address of the First International dealt with errors in the role of cooperatives. The root of these cooperatives' deviations was always the idea, expressed in one way or another, that the cooperatives provided a major, if not the main road, to working class emancipation. In his famous article on cooperatives, one of the very last things he ever wrote, Lenin said, quote, "There was much fantasy in the dreams of the old cooperators. Often they were ridiculously fantastic, but why were they fantastic? Because these old cooperators did not understand the fundamental root significance of the political struggle of the working class for the overthrow of the rule of the exploiters." End quote. Notoriously, revisionism was entrenched in the cooperatives, and the same historic illusions as to the role of the cooperative movement tended to crop out once more at Copenhagen. With his wonderful grasp of the labor movement as a whole, Lenin paid the very closest attention, both in a theoretical and a practical sense, to every phase of the workers' organization and struggle. Consequently, he was a profound authority not only upon the party and its theory and program, but also regarding trade unionism, cooperatives, women's work, youth, political activities, and every other labor sphere. Characteristically, therefore, the Russian delegation introduced a resolution into the Copenhagen Congress proposing the Marxist line on cooperatives. It was not adopted. Lenin was especially critical of one phase in the main resolution before the Congress, which had been inserted by Juarez. This was the expression that the cooperatives would assist the workers to prepare democratization and socialization of production and distribution. Lenin sensed that lurking behind this formulation was the characteristic Bernstein revisionist conception of growing over into socialism. To guard against this, he and Guesda proposed to amend the resolution by the words, quote, "Cooperatives assist to a certain extent to prepare the functioning of production and of distribution after the expropriation of the capitalist class," end quote. As usual, this amendment was rejected. Lenin voted against the resolution in the commission, but voted for it in the open session. He said later that despite its defects, in the main it was, quote, "a correct definition of the tasks of the proletarian cooperatives," end quote. Kautsky and Legin. During 1909 to 1910, in the period of the Copenhagen Congress, a celebrated debate took place in Germany between Karl Kautsky, editor of Die Neue Zeit, and since Engel's death, the leading theoretician of the Second International, and Karl Legin, head of the German trade union movement and secretary of the International Secretariat of National Trade Union Centers. The immediate question debated was as to the validity of Marx's theory of the absolute impoverishment of the workers, with Kautsky taking the affirmative and Legin the negative. Kautsky expressed his views in a booklet, The Road to Power, and Legin his, also in a pamphlet, Sisyphus Labor or Positive Success. Behind their ideological facade was an attempt of the most powerful group of revisionists in the German party, the trade union bureaucracy, to cut down the prestige of the left petty bourgeois intellectuals, and to strengthen themselves as the actual leading force in the whole social democratic movement. It was also an expression of the anti-party neutralism common to social democratic labor bureaucrats, which on a world scale reached its most extreme development in the violently anti-party attitude of Gompers. The German debate was most instructive for the light it threw upon the degenerative tendencies at work in the Second International. Kautsky, who in his general orientation had by this time definitely become a centrist and thereby a shield for the right-wing opportunists, in his pamphlet sang his swan song of Marxism, in the manner of centrists to whom, as Lenin remarked, the revolutionary word was everything and the revolutionary deed nothing. Kautsky made a rounded-out statement of Marxist principles, pointing out the futility of revisionism and foreseeing a period of intensified class struggle and proletarian revolution. But when he came to practical measures, his argument leaned definitely to the right. The deep disease which was then corroding the German social democracy, and with it the whole Second International, was the pest of revisionist opportunism, with its consequent playing down of all militancy by the party. But when Kautsky pointed out the dangers confronting the party, he said not a single word of warning against the right wing. What he feared was that the party, because of impatient leftists, might be thrown into premature and disastrous conflict with the forces of German reaction. He iterated and reiterated this theme. Typically, he said, quote, "The interest of the proletariat today more than ever before demands that everything should be avoided that would tend to provoke the ruling class to a purposeless policy of violence." End quote. He warned the party against any, quote, "insane uprising, any purposeless provocation of the ruling class that might give their statesmen an opportunity to rouse a mad rage against the socialists." End quote. This was shooting entirely in the wrong direction. In the German party, the danger of leftist provocation to insane uprisings was about zero. The real danger came from the fact that the trade union and petty bourgeois revisionists on the right were killing off the militancy and fighting spirit of the party. Kautsky's line played right into the latter's hands. It tended still further to damp down and weaken the badly needed political aggressiveness of a party which, already weakened in its fiber, in the near future would be called upon to carry out the great and imperative tasks of fighting against a great imperialist war and of leading a proletarian revolution. In his pamphlet, Lenin made a naked presentation of the opportunist Bernsteinian theory that the workers were basically improving their conditions under capitalism and would continue indefinitely to do so. He maintained that the trade unions had opened the road upward. In Lenin's conception, the ultimate goal of the breakup of capitalism and the establishment of socialism went a-glimmering. His perspective was Gomperism, dressed up with socialist phrases, as he made manifest in his pre-war visit to the United States, including a speech in Congress which Lenin sharply criticized. This went to emphasize again that left-wingers, especially in England and the United States, were inclined to draw too sharp a line of demarcation between such professed socialist trade union leaders as Lenin and Leipart and avowed labor supporters of capitalism as Havelock Wilson and Samuel Gompers. Actually, performing the same role of employers' agents among the workers, they were all cut from the same cloth. They were opportunist, social democrats, with their demagogy attuned to the different stages of class consciousness of the workers in their respective countries. Despite all the smoke and fury of the Kautsky-Lenin debate, it was essentially a sham battle. Both men were working in the one general direction, towards the right. The same was true of Gompers and the opportunist socialist leaders in the United States, who at this time were also waging a violent conflict against each other. Chapter 24. Thickening War Clouds. Basel, 1912. The Congress of Copenhagen set the next world gathering of socialist labor to take place in Vienna in August 1914. This 9th Congress, on the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Second International, was to have been a very special affair, but the threatening international situation caused a change in plans. The International Socialist Bureau had to call an extraordinary conference in Basel in November 1912, presumably to adopt measures to protect the interests of the workers and of world peace. The situation was one of rapidly growing tension among the big imperialist powers and their satellites. Europe experienced one crisis after another. In July 1911, Germany and France narrowly escaped a clash over Morocco when the Kaiser sent a cruiser into Adigir to defend German imperialist interest, known as the Adigir Incident, but the crisis was patched up by a temporary agreement. Then there was the Italo-Turkish War of 1911 over Tripoli. But the special crisis that brought the forces of the Second International together was the outbreak of war among the Balkan states, early in October of 1912. Turkey, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Montenegro were involved. Within 6 months, Turkey was beaten. But in June 1913, the Second Balkan War started a general struggle among all the Balkan powers, which lasted until August of that year. Originally, these wars began as national struggles of the oppressed Balkan Christian peoples, parts of the Turkish Empire, to break loose from their Mohammedan masters, but they immediately took on the aspect of preliminary struggles among the great European powers, of which the countries were respectively satellites, the Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente. The two great imperialist combinations were feeling for each other's throat. The Basel Manifesto. The Basel Conference issued a manifesto designed to prevent the spread of the Balkan War and to avert the outbreak of a general European conflict. The manifesto, basing itself on the two famous Lenin-Luxemburg paragraphs of the Stuttgart Resolution, warned of the grave danger of the Balkan War leading to a general conflagration. The Congress viewed with satisfaction, however, the complete unanimity among the socialist parties and the trade unions in all countries on the war against war, and over-optimistically it declared that the fear of the ruling class that a world war might be followed by a proletarian revolution has proved to be an essential guarantee of peace. Efforts were made at the Congress as usual to write in the general strike as the main means against war, but they failed. The manifesto, which congratulated the Russian workers for their growing revolutionary struggle, laid down specific tasks for the parties in the Balkans based roughly on the principle of the self-determination of their respective peoples. But the most important task in the International's activities, declared the manifesto, devolves upon the working class of Germany, France, and England. At this moment, it is the task of the workers of these countries to demand that their respective governments withhold all support to both Austria-Hungary and Russia, that they abstain from any intervention in the Balkan troubles, and to maintain absolute neutrality. A war between the three great leading civilized peoples because of the Serbo-Austrian dispute over a port would be criminal madness. The workers of Germany and France cannot concede that any obligation whatever to intervene in the Balkan conflict exists because of secret treaties. Calling upon the workers of all countries to oppose the power of the international solidarity of the proletariat to capitalist imperialism, the manifesto declared, let the governments be mindful of the fact that, with European conditions and the attitude of the working class as they are, they cannot let loose a war without causing danger to themselves. Let them recall that the Franco-German War was followed by the revolutionary outbreak of the Commune, that the Russo-Japanese War set in motion the revolutionary forces of the peoples of the Russian Empire, and that competitive military and naval armaments have accentuated in an unprecedented fashion the class antagonisms in England and on the continent, and have unchained vast strikes. It would be sheer madness for the governments not to realize that the very thought of the monstrosity of a world war would inevitably call forth the indignation and the revolt of the working class. The proletarians consider it a crime to fire at each other for the benefit of the capitalists' profits, the ambition of dynasties, or the greater glory of secret diplomatic treaties. The manifesto wound up with a ringing appeal to the workers of the world to oppose militantly all steps leading towards war. Words versus deeds. In its terminology, the Basel Resolution called for a revolutionary stand against the threatening imperialist war. Had its terms been carried beyond words into practice, it would have resulted in a widespread revolutionary response all over Europe to the launching of the monstrous World War I. Yet, The opportunist right wing voted solidly for it and with enthusiasm. It was carried unanimously in the conference by acclamation. The revisionists, of whom there were many in the delegations, had not a thing to say against it, not even in the commission. The explanation for one phase of this sinister anomaly was to be found in the tremendous militancy and anti-war spirit then prevailing among the workers all over the capitalist world. This militancy was marked, among other manifestations, by the rising revolutionary wave in Russia. Footnote: in the Lena Goldfield strike of 1912, 500 workers were killed or wounded by Tsarist troops. End of footnote. By the crisis in the ranks of German social democracy, by the developing big Triple Alliance movement of miners, general transport, and railroad workers in England, by the growing fighting spirit of the Italian workers, which culminated in the general strike of June 1914, by the many extremely militant strikes then being conducted by the CGT in France, and by the wave of the big IWW and other strikes in the United States, Lawrence, Patterson, West Virginia, Calumet, and on the Harriman railroads. Moreover, in meeting the repeated war crises of the past decade, the socialist parties, mostly the lesser ones, had given a good account of themselves, and the general feeling of the left and center was that this record would be continued and bettered if the imperialist powers should dare to launch a world war. Thus, in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, the Russian and Japanese parties had shown a splendid example in their stand against the war. The Spanish Party and the syndicalist unions had also taken an internationalist proletarian position in the Moroccan War of 1909. The Italian and Balkan parties were evidencing a Marxist anti-war attitude in the current Balkan wars, and in November 1912, the French Socialist Party called upon the working class, quote, to prevent war by any means, including parliamentary intervention, open agitation, manifestos, as well as a general strike and insurrection, end quote. All this was in the glorious tradition of the French and German workers during the Franco-German War of 1870. In view of this strong and rising mass anti-war spirit, the right-wingers of the Basel Conference concluded it was the better part of wisdom to pull in their horns and to bide a more favorable opportunity to apply their policies. Lenin, however, was not deceived by this show of unanimity. Upon reading the manifesto, he said, "They have given us a large promissory note. Let us see how they will meet it." Meanwhile, as the great European war crisis drew nearer, several developments took place expressing the sinister trend of events. In the foundation party of the Second International, the German Social Democracy, the Chemnitz Congress of the party in September 1912, loaded with trade union and party bureaucrats as delegates, heavily voted down the left wing on the colonial question, indicating that in the matter of imperialism both the center and the right were essentially united around an opportunist conception. Also in 1913, by a roundabout method, the Reichstag faction voted for the military credits, and in the Reichstag session of May 1914, only by a vote of 51 to 47 did the Social Democratic fraction decide to remain seated while the cheering went on for the Kaiser, but on the surface all looked well. In the elections of 1912, the party increased its vote from 3,290,000 to 4,250,000, and its Reichstag seats from 43 to 110. In August 1913, August Bebel died. A worker, for 42 years he stood at the head of the German Social Democratic Party. In his earlier revolutionary years, Bebel had many great achievements to his credit, including the formation of the party upon an independent basis in 1869, his opposition to the Franco-Prussian War, and his imprisonment in 1872, his guidance of the party during the 12-year period of the anti-socialist laws, his lifelong agitation for socialism, etc. As we have seen in passing, however, during the last years of his life, he slumped over to a centrist position. As the result of his death, the party passed more firmly into the hands of the right wing. The forces of the Second International. On the eve of World War I, the Second International had affiliated to it 27 socialist and labor parties of 22 countries with a combined electorate of about 12 million voters. Lorwin lists their strength thus, quote, the Social Democratic Party of Germany had 1,085,000 members and polled 4,250,000 votes in the elections of 1912. The Austrian Socialist Party had 145,000 members and polled 1,041,000 votes in the elections of 1907. The socialist membership of Czechoslovakia was 144,000 and in Hungary 61,000. The Unified Socialist Party of France had 80,300 members and polled 1,400,000 votes in the elections of 1914. The Italian Socialist Party had 50,000 members and polled 960,000 votes in the elections of 1913. The Socialist Party of the United States had 125,500 members and polled 901,000 votes in the elections of 1912. Large votes were also cast during these years for the Socialist parties of Belgium, Sweden, and Argentina, and for the Labour parties of Australia and New Zealand. End quote. At this time, the Labour Party of Great Britain had an affiliated membership of 1,612,000, and Lenin says that in the 7 Russian districts that elected opportunist Social Democrats Mensheviks to the Duma in 1913, there were 214,000 workers, but in those that elected the 6 Bolsheviks, there were 1,008,000 workers. In 1914, the parliamentary representatives of the main social democratic parties were as follows: Germany 110, France 103, Finland 90, Austria-Hungary 82, Italy 80, Sweden 73, Great Britain 42, Belgium 39, Denmark 32, Norway 23, Russian 13, and Holland 16. At this time, the Australian Labour Party was in control of the federal parliament, but for the class system of voting prevailing in Germany, Russia, and other countries, these figures would have been considerably higher. There were thousands of representatives in lower state bodies. The Second International also had a large trade union membership under its general influence and leadership. In 1912, there were affiliated to the International Trade Union Secretariat, headquarters Berlin, Karl Lagen, General Secretary, 19 national trade union centers with 7,394,461 members. These included Germany, 2,553,162, United States, 2,054,526, Great Britain, 874,281. Footnote, at this time the total number of British trade unionists was 4,145,000, end of footnote, and France, 387,000. The workers' cooperative movement of Europe was also largely under social democratic leadership. In 1914, there were a total of some 30,000 distributive cooperatives in Europe with about 9 million members. In Great Britain, there were in round numbers 3 million members, Germany 2 million, Russia 1,500,000, and France 881,000, etc. There were 24 wholesale cooperatives throughout Europe, 5 of which did an annual business of $40 million or more per year. These figures do not include large numbers of building, loan, credit, agricultural, and production cooperatives. The cooperatives were usually a source of heavy financial contributions to the respective social democratic parties. These social democratic parties also carried on specific activities and organizations among women and the youth. They had a loosely organized International Women's Commission, of which Clara Zetkin was the head for 20 years. It held its first international meeting in Stuttgart in 1907. At the same time and place, an international youth group, a sort of information bureau, was also established, which by 1914 had some 100,000 members in various European countries. Both groups also held conferences at the Copenhagen Congress. Despite the enormous importance of these associated trade union, cooperative, women, and youth movements, the social democratic parties had a record of having neglected them, particularly in the early years. Notoriously, the social democratic leaders were reluctant to grant to the women and young people the freedom of action necessary to build up strong movements. Complaints of gross neglect by the political leaders were also routine in cooperative circles, and Zwing, the mouthpiece of Lagen, deplores at length the early deep undervaluation, even jealousy of the German party leaders for the trade unions, partly a heritage from Lassallean times, and partly a fear of trade union domination. He describes the strong opposition against the establishment of the General Commission of the labor unions, and says this opposition was even able to prevent the holding of a trade union congress in 1895. Right and left wings prior to World War. At the outbreak of the war, the right-wing elements definitely controlled the majority of the most important political parties in the Second International, including those in Germany, Austria, England, France, Belgium, and the Scandinavian countries. Most of the rest, including the party in the United States, were controlled by the centrists, together with the revisionists. The characteristic of the center group at this time was a closer and closer working with the right wing. Lenin said, quote, the center is a realm of honeyed, petty bourgeois phrases, of internationalism in words and cowardly opportunism, and fawning on the social chauvinists in deeds, end quote. He called centrists, quote, routine worshippers, slaves to rotten legality, corrupted by the atmosphere of parliamentarism, etc., end quote. In the key German Social Democratic Party, the great mass of the membership supported the Kautsky-Haas-Ledebor centrist tendency. The essentially right opportunist combination throughout the International was supported by a very large number of office holders and officials of many sorts. Among these were almost 1,000 members of national legislative bodies and several thousand more members of local and provincial legislatures. Then, there were literally tens of thousands of paid functionaries in the many parties, trade unions, cooperatives, sports bodies, and other organizations. They had as their class base the skilled aristocracy of labor. These bureaucratic armies, mostly made up of picked right-wing elements, constituted a tremendous stand-pat force to keep things as they were. As it turned out, they were the decisive power in determining the tragic course of the social democracy in the ensuing crucial years. They succeeded in frustrating and defeating the revolutionary will of the working class of Central and Western Europe. On the eve of the Great War, the left wing was, on the other hand, relatively weak and immature. The period that the Second International had been passing through during the 25 years since it was formed, one mainly of capitalist prosperity, was not generally favorable for the development of a left wing, strong organizationally and politically. It was to take war and revolution to do this. Generally, the left wing of the period, within and without the Second International, fell into three categories. First, there were the syndicalist trade unions and anarchist groupings in the Latin countries, together with sprinklings of them in the United States, England, Germany, the Scandinavian countries, and Latin America. These elements, apolitical and usually also otherwise sectarian, revisionists from the left, were unable to give the broad political leadership which was so badly needed by the misled working class. The second category of the current left-wing forces was the scattering of left-inclined workers and leaders who were to be found in various countries, such as Luxembourg, Liebknecht, Zetkin, Mering, Lynch, and Peck in Germany, Radek and Marczlewski in Poland, Hindman in England, Braun in Austria, Guesda in France, Garder and Pannekoek in Holland, Hoagland in Sweden, and Debs, Haywood, and De Leon in the United States. Footnote. De Leon died May 11th, 1914. End of footnote. These relatively left elements were by no means a homogeneous group, and they had no definite program. By far the best developing among them was Rosa Luxemburg, leader of the weak left wing in the Social Democratic Party of Germany, but she, as measured against the policies of the great revolutionary leader Lenin, displayed many theoretical and tactical shortcomings. Already in passing, we have noted some of them. At this period, her most serious errors related to the national question, the peasant question, the centralized, disciplined party of the new type, mass spontaneity, and the armed uprising. Also, as the war and the Russian Revolution advanced, she developed other serious errors. Nevertheless, Rosa Luxemburg was a real revolutionary fighter, and Lenin called her the Eagle. The third category of left forces at this time, and this was the brain and heart of the whole international left wing, were the Bolsheviks in Russia. They had both the necessary program and leadership for a broad left wing. In Prague in January 1912, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party set the political pace for the Second International by expelling the Mensheviks. Henceforth, the Bolsheviks were an independent party with the support of about 4/5 of the active workers in Russia. Up to the outbreak of the war, the International Socialist Bureau, with the assistance of Trotsky and other Mensheviks, was unceasing in its efforts to reunite the Russian party, but, as Lenin's remarks, fortunately it did not succeed. Consequently, when the war broke out, at least one party was capable of putting into practice the principles of proletarian internationalism. The Bolsheviks, in first line Lenin, sought actively to organize the scattered immature left wing of the Second International. They gave a splendid example of revolutionary program and tactics themselves in their own party's work in Russia. Besides, during this general period in 1909, Lenin made a monumental contribution to Marxist theory with his book, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. The Bolsheviks also tried, concretely, to establish effective bonds among the lefts of all countries. At the Stuttgart Congress 1907, Lenin held a conference of left elements with this general idea in mind. From then on, he was a member of the ISB, where almost uniformly his proposals were rejected. In Copenhagen 1910, Lenin had a similar left-wing meeting. Among those present were Jules Guesda, Charles Rappaport, Rosa Luxemburg, J. Marchluski, A. Braun, Lenin, Plekhanov, Ryzanov, de Brocaire, and P. Iglesias. But there was a confusion of counsel. Lenin was little known, and besides, there was a tendency to blame him for the split in the Russian party, so nothing practical developed from these two meetings. The Marxists of the West little understood the policies Lenin was developing in Russia. In his work in the Second International, Lenin strove to organize the left and, as much as possible, the center against the revisionist right wing. Among their many other slanders against Lenin, the Trotskyites have tried to interpret this wise policy as underestimating the danger of centrism. The fact is, however, no one knew better than Lenin the menace of opportunism in all its forms. He not only ruthlessly attacked the right revisionists, but he also criticized the mistakes and shortcomings of both the left and the center. As the center, the Babels, Kotskys, Labradors, and their like through the years moved more and more to the right. Lenin sharpened up his criticism of these elements, always seeking to drive a wedge between their large following and that of the opportunist right-wing leadership. But with all his wonderful flexibility, skill, and energy in theory, polemic, and tactics, Lenin was not able to create a general, broad, working left wing within the Second International during the pre-war years. The best that could be done, as we have seen in passing, was for the left forces by temporary lineups to win occasional victories over the forces of opportunism at the respective congresses. Chapter 25. The Great Betrayal. World War I. World War I was the explosion of imperialist antagonisms among the great capitalist powers that had been building up for over a generation. The war was as natural to capitalism as the making of profits or any other manifestation of the capitalist system. The trigger for the war was pulled by the assassination of the Austrian Archduke Francis Ferdinand in Sarajevo, Serbia, on June 28th. 1914, by a fanatical Serbian nationalist, but so intense was the accumulated general imperialist tension that almost any political clash might have served as well to precipitate the war. It was the great war prophesied a generation before by Engels, when he said that, quote, 15 or 20 million armed men would slaughter one another, end quote, and it was the one feared through the ensuing decades by the Second International. Of course, all the governments involved took a hypocritical moralistic position, claiming that they were fighting in national self-defense. But the crass reality was that the war was nothing more or less than a sordid imperialist struggle among the powers for colonies, markets, raw materials, and strategic positions. The fact that 10 million soldiers had to die in the war, 20 million be crippled, and countless millions more be pauperized, there were left 5 million widows, 10 million orphans, and property damages were $380 billion, meant only a matter of statistics to the cold-blooded capitalists who pulled the levers in the great human slaughter, the most terrible the world had ever known. It was an imperialist war for the redivision of the world. The drive of the great states for such a redivision was triply emphasized by the fact that the various powers were developing industrially at widely differing speeds, which tended constantly to upset the economic and political balance among them. This was the operation of the basic law of the uneven development of capitalism, worked out by Lenin, Chapter 18. Thus, whereas in 1860 England produced over half of the world's coal and pig iron, and about half of the world's cotton goods, by 1913 her share in world production of each of these commodities had fallen to 22%, 13%, and 23% respectively. Vast new industries had grown up to rival Britain in other countries, particularly Germany and the USA. Perlow says that, quote, between 1899 and 1913 steel production in the United States and Germany increased threefold, while British steel production increased by little more than 50%, and British iron production declined. The former industrial leader of the world fell far behind its rivals. By 1913, the United States was easily the leading industrial power, end quote. The murderous war was the capitalist method of changing the world political relations of the states in accordance with their varying economic relations. All the powers were war guilty. The two great war federations, the Triple Alliance of Germany, Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Turkey, and the Triple Entente eventually of Great Britain, Russia, France, Italy, the United States, Japan, etc., had been consciously preparing the war for years. Germany prepared for the imperialist war with the design of taking away colonies from Great Britain and France, and the Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic provinces from Russia. Tsarist Russia strove for the partition of Turkey and dreamed of seizing Constantinople and the straits leading from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, the Dardanelles. It also planned to seize Galicia, a part of Austria-Hungary. Great Britain strove by means of war to smash its dangerous competitor, Germany, whose goods before the war were steadily driving British goods out of the world markets. It also wanted to seize Mesopotamia and Palestine from Turkey to get a firm foothold in Egypt. The French capitalists strove to take away from Germany the Saar Basin and Alsace-Lorraine, two rich coal and iron regions, the latter of which Germany had seized from France in the War of 1870 to 1871, and in the background stood the greatest of all imperialist powers, the United States, exploiting the war generally to march ahead to its capitalist objective of world mastery. The war began on July 28th, 1914, with an Austrian attack upon Serbia. Russia mobilized, and Germany declared war upon her on August 1st. France joined the war on August 3rd, and Great Britain one day later. The other powers kept on entering the war in the ensuing months and years. The United States cagily stayed out, profitably selling munitions to the war-making allies, but finally fearing that its Entente friends were about to be defeated, it cynically joined the war on April 6th, 1917, also under the pretext that it was fighting in national defense. The Great Betrayal. The outbreak of the war confronted the Second International with the supreme responsibility of taking a stand for peace. The interests of the workers imperatively demanded this, and the International had repeatedly declared in its congresses, especially in Stuttgart, Copenhagen, and Basel, that the socialist parties would not only agitate against the war, but would vote against furnishing men and money for it, and most important of all, would utilize the economic and political crisis caused by the war to rouse the peoples and thereby to hasten the abolition of capitalist class rule. But when it came to the crucial test, the bulk of the Second International parties completely ignored all these solemn pledges and flagrantly betrayed their sacred duty to the working class by treacherously tailing along after their national bourgeoisie, shouting the defense of the fatherland war slogans of the imperialists, and herding their respective peoples into the imperialist slaughter. In only two European countries, Russia and Serbia, where Bolshevik influence was predominant, did socialist parties of the original belligerent countries stand firm against the war. This great failure was the most terrible debacle ever sustained by the world's working class in its entire history. The fundamental cause of this grave disaster was social chauvinism, that is, an adherence to the bourgeois nationalism of the respective capitalist classes, a treasonous attempt of identification of the interests of the working class with those of the war-making imperialists. The main social basis for this betrayal in the various parties were among the better-paid skilled workers, the extensive bodies of bureaucratic labor officials of all sorts, and the large numbers of opportunist petty bourgeois intellectuals who had come largely to dominate the respective parties. The failure to fight against the war, in fact, its acceptance, was the general culmination of the strong opportunist tendencies which had been developing in the Second International ever since its inception, and of which we have signalized in passing many manifestations. Lenin says, quote, "The objective conditions at the end of the 19th century were such that they strengthened opportunism, turning the use of legal bourgeois opportunities into servile worship of legalism, creating a thin layer of bureaucracy and aristocracy in the working class, attracting to the ranks of the social democratic parties many petty bourgeois fellow travelers. The war hastened this development. It turned opportunism into social chauvinism. It changed the alliance of the opportunists with the bourgeoisie from a secret to an open one." End quote. In the crisis, the thin veneer of internationalism in the opportunist-controlled Second International dissolved into a swamp of bourgeois nationalism. The social democratic leaders were not surprised and stampeded by the sudden outburst of the war, as has been said. On the contrary, as Farwig makes clear, for years they had discussed in their conventions the approach of a general war, and they had clearly signalized it as an imperialist war in which the workers could have no interest. This was the theory. The practice was that the opportunist leadership of the party and the unions, with the latter in the lead, completely discarded their Marxist pretensions and supported the war in the spirit of bourgeois nationalists. How the betrayal occurred. On July 29th, the International Socialist Bureau met in session in Brussels. It decided to advance the 10th Congress date, scheduled for August 23rd in Vienna, to August 9th. Obviously, the thing to have done was to summon at once a Congress in a neutral country so that a united international policy for the workers could be worked out. But this was prevented by the weakness of the International Center and by the failure of the major parties to call for such a Congress. Bourgeois nationalism was actively at work. Some mass protest meetings were held in Brussels and other cities. Juarez, who spoke at one, was assassinated in Paris by militarists on July 31st. Conferences were also held between French and German delegates, but nothing came of them. No real attempt was made on a general scale to line up the International's forces against the war. On August 3rd, the great debacle came when the German Social Democratic leaders voted in the caucus of the Reichstag group by 78 to 14 to support the war. Significantly, the Legion trade union leaders, as the real controllers of the party, on August 2nd anticipated and predetermined the party's decision by working out a social peace, no strike agreement with the employers. The party's decision was presented next day to the Reichstag, where the party's 110 representatives voted unanimously in favor of the war credits. Liebknecht and Luxemburg were among the handful who voted against the credits in the party caucus, and Kautsky had voted to abstain, but they all agreed to submit to party discipline and to unit rule in the Reichstag. The party pro-war statement, read by Hasek, a centrist, raised the boogie of Russian invasion, accepted the slogan of the defense of the fatherland, and declared that in the hour of danger, we shall not desert the fatherland. The socialist parties in Austria, France, England, Belgium, and other European belligerent countries, except Russia and Serbia, footnote, although the Mensheviks in the Duma refused to vote for the war appropriations, the line of their leaders and party, including that of Plekhanov, Axelrod, Martov, etc., was for the support of the Allies in the war, end of footnote, took similar action to the German party, but the Bulgarian narrow socialists voted against the war. The parties of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand also voted against the war. The trade unions, including the French syndicalists, who had so militantly proposed an anti-war general strike, but accepting the industrial workers of the world in the United States, the Russians, the Italians, and a few others, followed the pro-war lead of the socialists. Soon, Guesda and Valland entered the French cabinet, and Van der Velde became part of the Belgian government. Kropotkin joined the Social Patriots by supporting the Tsar's government in the war. In the neutral countries of Scandinavia, Switzerland, Italy, the United States, etc., the parties generally stood for a position of neutrality. When later on, however, Italy and the United States joined the war, their socialist parties split, with the decisive sections voting against the war. The Second International had collapsed. Only the parties of the neutral countries still making a show of keeping it going. Right-wing social democracy was at basic fault for the great debacle. But within this general framework, the Social Democratic Party of Germany bore the heaviest responsibility. It was the leading party of the Second International, and the labor world looked to it for guidance. If it had made a real show of resistance to the war, undoubtedly the bulk of the International would have followed its example. But when it displayed its bourgeois nationalism and voted for the war credits, it at the same time hopelessly smashed the international front of the world labor movement. The party that had produced Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, now fallen into the hands of such adventurers as Kautsky, Ebert, Lagan, Nosk, Scheidemann, Singer, Auer, David, et al., disgraced itself and shamelessly betrayed the trust placed in it by the world's most advanced workers. The defense of the fatherland. The Social Democratic parties, in supporting the war, did so under the bourgeois slogan of the defense of the fatherland. In order to cover up this treason with a pretense of Marxism, they tried to lay a theoretical basis for their war policy. They took the position that it was a national war, that the interests of their people were vitally at stake, and that therefore they were fully justified in supporting the war. They undertook to concretize this position by asserting that their respective countries, with armies battering against their borders, had no alternative but to defend themselves. This general line was put forward blatantly by the right-wing elements in terms hardly to be distinguished from those of the capitalists themselves, whereas the centrists, the Kautsky tendency, cunningly attempted to disguise their war support by symbols of apparent war opposition. The longtime revisionist Volmar declared, quote, "At the present time the whole German people is prompted by a single, unconquerable will, namely to protect the fatherland, its independence, and its cultural organization against against the enemies that surround it, and not to rest until the latter are conquered." End quote. Philip Scheidemann, speaking in the name of practically the entire body of German social chauvinists, put the central blame upon Tsarist Russia. He said, quote, "The chief guilt for the present war rests upon Russia. At the very time when the Tsar was exchanging dispatches with the German Kaiser, apparently working for peace, he allowed the mobilization to go on secretly, not only against Austria but also against Germany. We in Germany have the duty to protect ourselves. We have the task of protecting the country of the most developed social democracy against servitude to Russia. We Social Democrats have not ceased to be Germans because we have joined the Socialist International." End quote. On the other hand, the French, British, Belgian, American, and other social chauvinists blamed Germany as the threat to their nations. The German centrists, true to their role, worked out more slick arguments designed to trap into the war the more advanced and revolutionary workers. Kautsky, while taking the basic social chauvinist position that it was a defensive war to protect the fatherland, did so under the guise of a pseudo-opposition to the war. His line was not to vote against the war credits, but to abstain from voting. Curiously, the notorious revisionist Bernstein joined the Kautsky camp. Kautsky typically managed the theoretical impossibility of proving the war to be both imperialist and national. He argued on both sides of the question. Thus, in one breath, after stating that the small countries were fighting for their existence, he said, quote, "The situation is different with the great solidly based national countries. Their independence is certainly not threatened, but apparently their integrity is not threatened either." End quote. After thus averring that it was not a defensive war for the big powers in the same article, he shifts to the opposite side of the argument and calls upon the workers to support their respective governments, saying, quote, "But from this follows also the further duty of the social democracy of every country to regard the war exclusively as a defensive war, to set up as its goal only protection from the enemy, not his punishment or diminishment." End quote. Kautsky lent his great prestige as an orthodox Marxist to the shabby project of proving that the International could have taken no course other than the one it did. The world's situation, said he, was too complex for unified proletarian action against the war. In the face of the urgent need for national defense, working-class internationalism necessarily had to collapse. He stated, quote, "So the present war shows the limits of the power of the International. We deceived ourselves if we expected that it might assure a harmonious attitude of the whole socialist proletariat of the world during the World War. Such a position was possible only in a few, specially simple cases. The World War split the socialists into various camps, and especially into various national camps. The International is unable to prevent that. That is to say, it is no effective tool in war. It is essentially an instrument of peace." End quote. The general result was that the right and the center joined in prosecuting the war in defense of the fatherland. On this basis, these socialist parties in the several countries, repudiating the deepest lessons of solidarity taught them by Marx and Engels, called upon the workers of their respective countries to fire into each other at the behest of the world imperialists, who had organized the wholesale slaughter. The war as an imperialist war. In retrospect, it is now perfectly clear to all except political fools and charlatans that World War I, both as a whole and in its national segments, was a cold-blooded imperialist war, the basic purpose of which was a redivision of the world for the benefit of the great capitalist powers. It is the height of cynicism to maintain that the workers of the world had any national or class interests in the war. At the time, the Bolsheviks, especially Lenin and other left-wingers, clearly demonstrated the imperialist character of the war. They proved to the hilt that it was an unjust, aggressive, reactionary war. This insistence upon the imperialist nature of the struggle was the basic line that differentiated the left from the rightists and the centrists, whose fundamental position was that it was, for their respective countries, a national and therefore a just war. The basically different tactics of the two groups flowed from these fundamentally contradictory analyses. Lenin, who for years had been pointing out the imperialist nature of the approaching struggle, made the war issue perfectly clear in his theses on the war of September 5, 1914. In this document he says, quote, "The European and World War bears the sharp marks of a bourgeois imperialist and dynastic war, a struggle for markets, for freedom to loot foreign countries, a tendency to put an end to the revolutionary movement of the proletariat and democracy within the separate countries, a tendency to fool rule, to disunite, to slaughter the proletariat of all countries by inflaming the wage slaves of one nation against the wage slaves of the other, for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. This is the only real meaning and significance of the war. The conduct of the leaders of the German Social Democratic Party, the strongest and the most influential party belonging to the Second International, which voted for the military appropriations and which repeated the bourgeois chauvinist phrases of the Prussian Junkers and the bourgeoisie, is a direct betrayal of socialism. The same condemnation is deserved by the conduct of the leaders of the Belgian and French Social Democratic parties, who have betrayed socialism by entering bourgeois cabinets. The betrayal of socialism by a majority of the leaders of the Second International signifies an ideological and political collapse of that international." End quote. Lenin especially denounced the treachery of the Kotskians, the social chauvinists of all stripes and of all countries, trying to paint the great conflict as a national, just war, undertook to justify it by reference to the policies of Marx and Engels with regard to the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 and other national wars of the 19th century. To these slanders, Lenin replied, quote, "All these references are an abominable distortion of Marx and Engels' views, made in favor of the bourgeoisie and the opportunists, just as the writings of the anarchists, Guillaume and company, distort the views of Marx and Engels for the justification of anarchism." The War of 1870 to 1871 was historically progressive on Germany's side, up to the defeat of Napoleon III, because both he and the Tsar had long oppressed Germany, keeping it in a state of feudal decentralization. As soon as the war turned into a plunder of France, annexation of Alsace and Lorraine, Marx and Engels decisively condemned the Germans. Even at the beginning of the War of 1870 to 1871, Marx and Engels approved of Bebel's and Liebknecht's refusal to vote for military appropriations. They advised the Social Democrats not to merge with the bourgeoisie, but to defend the independent class interests of the proletariat, to apply the characterization of the Franco-Prussian War, which was of a bourgeois progressive nature and fought for national liberty, to the present imperialist war, is to mock history. The same is even more true about the war of 1854 to 1855 and all other wars of the 19th century, i.e., a time when there was no modern imperialism, no ripe objective conditions for socialism, no mass socialist parties in all the belligerent countries, i.e., when there were none of those conditions, from which the Basel Manifesto deduced the tactics of a proletarian revolution in the case of a wars arising among the great nation. Whoever refers at present to Marx's attitude towards the wars of a period when the bourgeoisie was progressive, forgetting Marx's words that the workers have no fatherland, words which refer to a period when the bourgeoisie is reactionary and has outlived itself, to the period of socialist revolutions, is shamelessly distorting Marx and substituting a bourgeois for a socialist standpoint." End quote. The vicious circle of the Second International. When the war got underway, the parties of the Second International found themselves caught in a murderous, vicious circle. The Austrians, Germans, Turks, and Bulgarians fought, presumably on the defensive against being overrun and destroyed by the Russians and the Western powers. By the same token, the French, British, Russians, etc. supposedly fought to preserve their national independence from the super-aggressive Germans. The bourgeois logic of the situation, which was the logic followed by the heads of the Second International, was an all-round fight, as it was to the finish. The treason of the German social democracy got the socialist parties and the proletariat into this dreadful dilemma by joining the war on the basis of a defense against the menace of Russian barbarism. This excuse was a monstrous lie, for if the German party had been loyal to the anti-war policies of the Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Basel resolution, the effect of this would have been not the subjugation of Germany by Russia, but the earlier precipitation of the Russian Revolution, and probably also of the German Revolution. Lenin's line incorporated in the Basel Resolution by countering the war with a bold anti-war stand would have saved the various parties from getting into the lethal, vicious circle that developed as a result of the social chauvinist policy that was followed. It also offered the way out of the impasse, once the vicious circle had been established. If the British and French parties even then had applied the line of the resolutions adopted at successive world congresses, the general result would not have been the loss of their independence at the hands of Germany, as their social patriotic leaders averred, but the stimulation of revolutions in Germany and Russia, and possibly also in their own countries. The Russian Bolshevik Party itself, under the direct leadership of Lenin, showed the world proletariat the way out of the vicious defense circle by smashing czarist capitalist rule in their own country. This, in turn, was a powerful precipitant of the German Revolution, which followed not long afterward. For the workers, Lenin's policy, which brought about an almost bloodless revolution in Russia, was the only possible answer to the terrible human destruction. It was the greatest of all peace missions. The ultimate imperialist winner in the great human slaughter was American imperialism. It fattened and grew strong on the blood of the mutual massacre, while its European imperialist rivals did each other irreparable war damage. Nevertheless, the historical victor in the war was the international proletariat. Notwithstanding all their great losses, human and otherwise, the workers of the world, with the Russian working class striking the central blow in the Great Russian Revolution of November 1917, delivered a shattering attack against world capitalism, one from which that system has never recovered, nor can ever recover. Chapter 26. The Role of the Second International, 1889 to 1914. From that fateful August 4th, 1914, when the German Social Democracy voted the war budget for the Kaiser's government, the Second International has been dead so far as constructive services to the workers are concerned. That act, an utter betrayal of the whole tradition, program, and perspective of Marxism, marked the final passage of the organization, firmly dominated by an opportunist leadership into the service of the world imperialists. It was at the same time the signal for the creation of a new international, an historical imperative that Lenin was quick to understand. The Second International began as a Marxist organization, but its leadership became corrupted by the reactionary influences generated by the rise of world imperialism. Stalin says, quote, "The Second International did not want to combat opportunism. It wanted to live in peace with opportunism and allowed it to gain a firm foothold, pursuing a conciliatory policy toward opportunism. The Second International itself became opportunist." End quote. Since World War I, the Second International has remained a counter-revolutionary force, a stumbling block in the path of the world's workers, marching on to socialism. The great betrayal meant not only that the Second International as such was not going to fight against the imperialist war, but also that it had turned its back upon socialism. For the terms of the Lenin-inspired resolution of the Stuttgart, Copenhagen, Basel provided precisely the fight against the war should be based upon a struggle to abolish capitalism and to establish socialism. During the next years, the Second International was to make very manifest the counter-revolutionary character which it had unmasked when it endorsed World War I. Lenin says, quote, "The collapse of the Second International is the collapse of opportunism which was growing on the soil of a specific, the so-called peaceful, historic epoch now past, and which practically dominated the International in the last years. The opportunists had long been preparing this collapse by rejecting the socialist revolution and substituting for it bourgeois reformism, by repudiating the class struggle with its inevitable transformation into civil war at certain moments, and by preaching class collaboration, by preaching bourgeois chauvinism under the name of patriotism and defense of the fatherland, and ignoring or repudiating the fundamental truth of socialism early expressed in the Communist Manifesto, namely that the workers have no fatherland, by confining themselves in their struggle against militarism to a sentimental, Philistine point of view, instead of recognizing the necessity of a revolutionary war of the proletariat of all countries against the bourgeoisie of all countries, by turning the necessary utilization of bourgeois parliamentarism and bourgeois legality into a fetish of this legality and into forgetfulness of the duty to have illegal forms of organization and agitation in times of crises." End quote. Early constructive work of the International. The Second International grew and flourished during what was principally the period of the growth and expansion of world imperialism. The period marked the great extension of capitalism, but also an accumulation of sharpening capitalist antagonisms in foreign policy and the beginning of its decline as a world system. During this period, the role of the bourgeoisie was transformed from progressive to reactionary. Capitalism, which had been a spur to social development, had become by 1914 a fetter upon its further development. Stalin says, quote, "The period of the domination of the Second International was mainly the period of the formation and instruction of the proletarian armies in an environment of more or less peaceful development." End quote. It was, prior to 1914, a time of relatively few wars and revolutions of a comparatively stable capitalist system. Consequently, the International devoted itself mainly to organizational and educational work, to the building of socialist parties, trade unions, and cooperatives in a general atmosphere, save in Russia and to a lesser extent also in the United States, of a relatively temperate class struggle. The exclusive concern of its practical right-wing leaders was Kleinarbeit, day-to-day, routine work. All over the capitalist world, the workers labored under miserable conditions of poverty and oppression. The tremendous increase in productivity brought about by machinery and improved capitalist techniques during the previous decades had meant very little in the betterment of the workers' living standards. The main benefits flowed into the coffers of those who owned the industries and the national resources. The workers labored under barbaric conditions in the industries. They had little or no financial protection against unemployment, sickness, and old age, and they lacked many elementary political rights, including for women and often for men, the right to vote. The opportunist leaders of social democracy concentrated upon these immediate evils, but refused to attack the capitalist system which gave birth to them. This was the failure that eventually led to the undoing of the Second International. The International, however, had many achievements to its credit in the daily struggle. As we have summarized in Chapter 24, it built a tremendous economic and political organization. Lenin says, quote, "The Second International did its full share of the preparatory work in the preliminary organization of the proletarian masses during the long peaceful epoch of most cruel capitalist slavery and most rapid progress in the last third of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century," end quote. The Second International also secured many concessions from the employers and the governments with respect to wages, hours of work, social insurance, factory legislation, and the right of women and men, workers, to vote. These achievements were, however, considerably facilitated in the major imperialist countries by tendencies of the big employers to make certain concessions to the labor aristocracy in order to weaken the solidarity and revolutionary spirit of the working class as a whole. The increasing pressures of the growing labor movement also compelled the ruling classes to add certain liberal modifications to their policies of violent suppression of labor unrest. The rulers combined the carrot with the club in the sense of Bismarck's social insurance schemes. Examples of this trend were, as Lorwin remarks, the neoliberalism of Lloyd George and Asquith in Great Britain, and the progressivism of Theodore Roosevelt, and the new freedom of Woodrow Wilson in the United States. The Second International also definitely broadened out the scope of the organized world labor movement. The influence of the First International had hardly extended beyond Western Europe, but that of the Second International spread all over Europe and much of America. The great colonial and semi-colonial countries, however, India, China, the Middle East, Africa, and most of Latin America, remained pretty much of a closed book to the Second International. For real leadership, these people had to await the advent of the Third International, which was to be the first genuine world organization of the proletariat. The price of opportunism. The achievements of the Second International, however, were made at a terrible cost, namely, the abandonment of the principles of Marxism. In the winning of immediate objectives, the leadership ignored the ultimate goal of socialism. During the period of the First International, the scientific analysis and program of Marxism were built up, but during the period of the Second International, all this was torn down. And in its place, there was substituted a petty bourgeois opportunist revolutionism that had nothing in common with Marxism. The world's workers had to pay a deadly price for this political degeneration by the complete collapse of the Second International at the very moment of its greatest test, just when the workers had their most supreme need of Marxist leadership and organization. It is a fact, of course, that during the period of the Second International, Lenin did a profound renaissance of Marxism. Not only did he resurrect the great principles of Marx and Engels, which the pseudo-socialists at the head of the Second International thought they had succeeded in burying forever, but he also developed Marxism to greater heights than ever, to correspond with the workers' needs in the new imperialist stage of the capitalist system. But Lenin could do this only in the face of powerful opposition from the dominant opportunist leadership and program in the International. Lenin was a hated stranger in the official circles of the Second International. The basic cause of the collapse of the Second International was that, dominated by opportunist labor bureaucrats and petty bourgeois intellectuals, it succumbed to the corruptions and illusions bred of the period of the rapid growth and expansion of world imperialism. Its leadership, throwing aside every Marxist principle, read out of the current prosperity and relative stability of the capitalist system the counter-revolutionary conclusion that the existing regime was growing ever into socialism, or rather into their petty bourgeois conception of socialism. The rottenness of their whole outlook was exposed when the capitalist system passed into a new period of great wars and revolutions, the beginning of its era of decay and decline. The First International died nobly in battle against capitalism capitalism and left behind it a glorious tradition. But the Second International was betrayed to disaster by a corrupt leadership which in the crisis callously threw aside every pledge it had ever made to the workers, every principle of Marxism that it had ever professed. The workers were strongly enough organized at the time to have made a powerful and successful fight against the war, but they were cynically betrayed into the hands of the enemy by their leaders. Therefore, the banner of world socialism had to and did pass from the unworthy hands of the Second International leadership into those of a new and superior organization, the Third, or Communist International. End of Part 2.